Hey Craig, I clicked live. I clicked start streaming. Okay, never mind. Are you there? Hello. Hey Craig, the microphone is not loud enough. The thing's not signed in. All right. That works. And there was something else. What was the other thing? I forget now. Let's see. I can't remember. I'll come up with it in a second. Oh, I know what it was, Craig. I turned down the volume on the phone downstairs. Do you hear me, Craig? Craig. I turned down the volume on the phone downstairs. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, let's see what we got. Hi, Jackie Cat. All right. Let's see. I look cut off in the other picture. I look kind of cut off. Let's see. Where should we go? What is that? What is going on there? Alright, well, I'm not cut off there, am I? Let's see. Okay, so I have Big Fat Dab ready to go. I hope you have a Big Fat Dab ready to go. Also, you people should come prepared for this show. You know what we do here. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm Mike. This is my YouTube page, Mox News, and this is your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. And if you would like to call, this is a live call-in show. So the number is 805-669-6397. Feel free to call at any time. We are, and I want to talk about, again, people say, what are these protests accomplishing, right? Well, these protests never accomplish anything, right? You hear that over and over again. Okay, so far, the curfews have been lifted in Seattle and Portland after the biggest protest yet. The curfews were lifted. Number two, the police badge numbers will now be prominently displayed in Seattle. Okay, that's a pretty big step. Number three, there was another one. What was the other one? And then today, right, the cops said that they won't use tear gas on protesters for the next 30 days. And the city health official or whatever says that there's a good chance that tear gas will help the COVID-19 spread. Ha! So the cops are making people sick on top of everything else. Making them get the plague. Gonna get the plague. All the people who died. I want to smoke some marijuana. Let's see. So again, what you see is you see people dancing. You see people with their hands up saying, please don't shoot us. You see people asking people to show respect to others, to care about others. That's what you see these people doing, not being looters. Donald Trump today labeled the protesters outside the White House terrorist. That's how much he respects the Constitution. Okay? And you know what they do to terrorists? They put a black bag over their head and they disappear them forever. Because terrorists have no rights in this country. And nor should they. But these people that you see dancing, we watched dance all night last night. We watched sit with their hands up all night last night. These people are no threat. That's why the Seattle police agreed to put a 30-day ban on using tear gas on protesters. A 30-day ban, and they're going to make it permanent. I'm telling you, they're going to make it permanent, and that's a big thing right there. Again, this is violence against peaceful people. This is the problem. The cops. We watched last night as the cops pushed down a 75-year-old man and crack his skull on the pavement, and his blood started gushing from his head. Immediately, we watched the cops look down, see there was blood, and walk away as the man lay there dying after they did that to him. And then they lied about it in the police report and said that he tripped and fell. And then when the video surfaced, the two officers who pushed the man down, the 75-year-old gentleman down, those two officers were suspended, and 57 cops in Buffalo resigned, handed in their resignation in protest of cops being held accountable for brutalizing a human being. That's who cops are. This is the problem. Every one of those cops who resigned should immediately be fired and put on a list that says you can no longer be a cop because you don't care about the public. All right, so again, we got Chicago. Chicago looks packed. There is so many people in the streets of Chicago. Oh my God. Where's that? Vancouver. Vancouver's rocking it. I wish I was in Vancouver right now. That would be pretty cool. Washington, D.C. is packing them in. Very proud of you, Washington, D.C. All you terrorists. Very proud of all of you terrorists outside the White House. Be careful what you wish for, Trump. Labeling proud, brave Americans terrorist. Why? Because he has zero respect for the Constitution and your rights. Zero. None. That's who Donald Trump is. He has proven himself to be that again and again and again. I am so ready for a bong hit. I agree, man. To put the cops in the schools was like this evil, evil thing that has been done. The cops need to be taken out of the schools as far out of the schools as they can get. They got no business messing with children. We saw the 6-year-old girl, have pepper spray in her face. You know, it's so sad that that's our country. It's so sad that those are the police that think that they can get away with anything. But this is a beautiful thing. These people in the streets could not be more beautiful. I can't tell you how happy I am to see them. Hello, caller.
Hey,
Hey,
Catherine. Who is that?
who is this?
Jason from Providence.
Hey, Jason, how's it going, bro?
Pretty good, pretty good. How you doing, Mike?
I'm cruising, dude. I'm gonna get through it. Don't worry.
Yeah, man. I know you will, man. You're strong. I might say, these fucking cops are assholes, all right? They're always lying. They're always constantly lying.
That's
And
I like to refer to them as professional liars.
yeah, and it's what they are.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe they even lied about that old man when that was just on video. They lied about him and said he whatever happened, but they didn't tell the truth about that.
They said he tripped.
You know?
They said he tripped.
Yeah, they pushed him back though. We saw it.
Yeah, we saw they shoved him down and then they went over and told the fucking card-holding journalist to stop filming.
Right,
Yeah.
right, because they don't want nobody to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna lie.
Because they're gonna lie.
And they always lie.
And
they
they
always
always
lie.
they're
lie.
professional liars.
It's their belief. It's what they do.
It's written into their job description, dude.
Right. They probably got in their bathroom too. They probably read up on it when they take a shit. How to lie. You know? Man, these people are just the devil in progress. That's all.
Well, we're getting somewhere. I mean, literally, they said they're gonna stop using fucking tear gas in Seattle. They're gonna stop. They're showing their badge numbers now. They ended the curfew.
What they fucking do?
Yeah.
What they fucking do? They're showing their badge numbers. Who cares?
Well, now,
What's
I mean,
the badge number?
I care. I care when they're not showing their badge numbers a whole lot.
Well, that's worse. That's worse. But when they're able to blatantly lie to your face out in the open, no matter what the circumstances, still put down something completely opposite, what does it matter? You know? It seems like nothing's stopping them. And besides that, I think the protesters, when the ones that are rioting, that are protesting, instead of protesting the businesses, not protesting, but rioting the businesses, destroying places like that, it's not good. The best thing it would be is to go directly towards the police, go after the police directly. You want to riot, then burn down their police stations, attack the police completely. And that will teach them a lesson. They'll think twice next time they do something like this. If the crowds attack the police, then they'll think twice about it because then it's their ass on the line. It's not somebody's corner store, mom and pop's corner store. It's them that's going to face the consequence.
The looters and the rioters are different from the protesters, The 99.9% of the people in the street are peaceful protesters. And then there's these, 1/10 of people who are criminally minded or whatever.
Well, what I feel like, I feel what the case is that, the protesters over time and in history, we've seen that protesting hasn't done shit for these people. And the police and the judicial systems and everybody else still steps all over us. So maybe this time they're trying to get their voices really heard, because if you bring out violence, then people are going to definitely go gravitate towards that and look at what's going on. Love and hate are two of the strongest emotions in the world. And those are those two most captivating emotions. And they're using hate right now because they need to have their voices heard. they know from the past that no one's listened to
Look,
them. No one's done nothing
these
to these protests.
peaceful protesters standing there with their hands in the air, the 99.9% are not using hate.
No, but it takes that small percentage, though, a part of that group, though, to make things move, you know, to turn the wheel. And that's what the other people you call criminals, I call them, well, violent or radical protesters, you know?
Uh-huh.
And those people, like that small percentage that needs to turn the wheel, and they get the wheel to turn even more, because they do these drastic things, you know? They do these things that captivate us, and we go, oh, wow, what's going on, you know? Look at this.
And they make all the fucking peaceful protesters look violent, and it's horrible, and it needs to stop until there is no other option, okay? Right now, the protesters are making a difference. The protesters are making it clear what they're fighting against. Every single day, more brutalizing of peaceful people comes out into the obvious. They're making the problem, they're putting the problem into everyone's face right now.
Okay, okay, and I don't see it actually getting solved. Okay, we need to protest. They need to listen to us. We need to listen to them. But still, now, there's got to be a way that us as the people, we need to know the system in and out. We need to get into the system and work it diplomatically, you know, and be able to you know, elect our city officials and have them do what we want them to do, from the bottom up. And another thing with when you have major cities that may be populated by 70% of the majority is blacks and Hispanics, 70% of them, and then you have a full white police force. That's not right. Yeah. Why not offset it? Why not compare the ratio it out and say, okay, if we have 70% police or 70% black and Spanish in this city, then let's put 7 out of 10 cops to be black and Spanish. You know,
they should really be part of their community. The problem is the cops aren't part of their community. You know, they come in from.
That's what they've been doing for the last few years.
Yeah,
they've been reaching out and trying to organize with the community, and supposedly, you know. Yeah. And this is what they say. And here's another thing that irks me is that, you know, the police are using reverse psychology out there. They're getting down on their knees. They're trying to act like, oh, we're with you. Well, we're gonna.
They always do their little photo ops, you know, where they're at the grocery store and they're buying toys for homeless children or whatever. You know what I mean? They're always do their little photo ops, dude.
Right. Well, they should be doing that. That should be a given. Mm-hmm. That should be a given. They should be doing that mandatory for them. They should be mandatory doing that. Anyway, but this is reverse psychology. If we don't have the police to protest against, then who are we protesting against? Why are they kneeling down with us? Why are we going to fall for that shit? That's bullshit. They want it to end. They're trying to end it over with. Smooth some butter over this shit and make it nice and smooth and happy.
Yeah, that's not right. It's not ending, dude. I mean, do you see? I mean, again,
they're trying. The police are trying to do reverse psychology and sit on their knee. Well, if we're not protesting against the police, then who are we protesting against?
We're protesting against police.
That makes no sense. I hope the people don't fall for that.
They're not falling for it, dude. Look how many. If they were falling for it, they wouldn't be out in the streets in this number, would they? They all saw that 75-year-old man got pushed down and cracked his skull, and the cops just walked by. They all watched that yesterday, okay?
They walked right by him.
Yeah, they all watched. All these people watched that. They're all out in the streets for that man today. Okay, you understand? Right. It's not just this one thing, and that's what I'm saying. That's what these protests are making clear is how rabid the police are. You know, that they would shoot peaceful protesters with rubber bullets, knowing that could kill someone, or tear gas or whatever else. You know, it just shows that they're out of control.
The last time I called you, Mike. The last time I called you, this is a good example too. I told you about the off-duty police officer that pulled a gun in my face, and I was delivering goods as a job, and he pulled the gun in my face for no reason, started threatening me. He's gonna shoot me, you know, and then lied in the police report, completely lied. You know, professional liar too.
Yep.
But they're out of control, man. And I hope these numbers. I hope that people keep protesting and keep protesting. But I hope then they could do something diplomatically, get into the system,
Well,
and really change things
okay,
up.
listen. Look at there's tens of thousands of people on the streets in Seattle. Okay, number one, the Seattle people demanded that the mayor end the curfew. 2 hours later, the mayor ended the curfew. The Seattle people demanded that the police badge numbers be shown. You know, that's not happening anywhere in the country. You say, what big deal that is? That's not happening anywhere, dude. All their badge numbers across the country, every community are hidden. Okay, so that's a really big deal that Seattle's doing it. Okay, and then today, just a couple hours ago, they said that they're not going to use tear gas anymore on the protesters. Okay, all these things are like gigantic and huge. Okay, so it's headed there. It is headed a direction. Things are happening. It's not just fucking photo ops of fucking douchebag cops kneeling down saying, "Okay, you good now?"
That's what I feel like. That's what I feel like.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying. These things. I want to make sure that you're hearing these things. These things in Minneapolis today, they instituted the duty to intervene policy, meaning that if you don't intervene when you see a cop abusing a citizen's rights, you will be charged along with that cop.
Right.
Okay, so it's headed a direction, man.
You know, I think civilians should have that right too. If the civilians see cops doing something wrong to another civilian, they should have the right to jump in.
They do.
You know,
they do, and I have encouraged people to do so. And the way that I encourage you to do so is to stop fucking filming and take your camera, your fucking cell phone, and throw it at the cop's face as hard as you can, and then run.
Yeah, film it.
Because they're not going to stay on top of the guy that they're killing. They're going to come after you. Okay, so this is all there is to it. If you nail them right in the mouth, right in the teeth with your cell phone, there's no way they're going to stay on top of that guy. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, no, of course not. Yeah. Of course not. They're going to be interested in you because you have evidence. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's a tough battle too. Every time you bring them to court, if you bring them to court, they always win. It's like trying to sue a doctor.
It comes back to the professional liars thing. You know, you go into court and you tell the truth, and then they come in with their fucking professional lie, knowing just what to say to be able to get out of shit, and they get out of it.
Now, people as police officers, like, who's the highest in command of police officers? Is it a police commissioner? Is that who it is?
I think in some cities there's a commissioner, and in some cities there's a chief.
And are these people, what, are they elected, or are they just boosted up through rank?
Usually, I'm pretty sure the chief in Seattle was elected, and I'm pretty sure in other places they're elected too, but I'm not positive about everywhere.
Okay. You know, I think that these cops have some sort of incentive. They're in order to rank up, get raises, get bonuses by showing the number of arrests, by showing the number of convictions in court, things like that, their traffic tickets, how many traffic stops they make that are proven in their favor.
Right.
I think they rank up and they get bonuses, they get pay raises by arresting people. You know, this is what happens.
By meeting their quotas. There should be no quotas about fucking, taking people.
There should be no quota. You're right.
There should be no quotas.
No quota.
No parking ticket quotas, no fucking any quotas at all. This is not a police state. We're done with that. Okay, this is the land of the free, and yeah, if somebody fucking didn't pay their parking thing, then you give them a parking ticket, whatever. But there isn't this like, we gotta get so many people an hour. Fuck that. We're done with that, dude. That's a police state. That's we gotta keep so many fucking beds filled in the prisons. Fuck you. We're done with that.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this is what's going on right now. So how's that going to end? I mean, you're right. I mean, something has to be done, though, and it's very difficult to do, I guess. I'm not really sure how to go about that. Just smoke a joint.
What's that now? How to go about what?
how to go about, I mean, like, taking care of resolving a situation like this, other than just protesting and trying to have people's voices heard. And then what's going to happen? I just feel like it's going to simmer out, you know, and it's going to fade away.
Well, this
But
doesn't look like it's simmering
what's
out.
the resolution here?
It doesn't look like it's simmering out real soon. So, and again, things are happening like this, duty to intervene. That's going to become.
The media is going to play a part in it too. The media will be commanded by government officials. They'll tell them to put what we want you to put, what you want to broadcast. Eventually, that's what's going to come down to.
That's what it is now. The mainstream media is exactly that.
If the government wants us to think one thing and not think the other, they're going to easily do that to us in the masses. They're going to take all of Adolf Hitler's little notes and they're going to put them to use. That's what I think. They're going to use distractions and they're just going to pull us in by the masses. That's what's going to happen. They'll fool us.
It's what they do. The media, is full of shit. And this is the whole point. This is one of the things is I keep saying recognize the enemies. The enemies are, the government, whether state, local, or federal. They are the single number one threat to your personal freedom. They're jackbooted thugs. The police state is a big threat to your freedom. And then there's the media, who's supposed to be there and be the watchdogs, which they're not. They work with the police. They work with the government. They work with, big pharma to fuck us all, to tell us for fucking generations that cannabis has zero medicinal fucking qualities, and you're gonna get the reefer madness if you fucking, it's just fucking garbage, all of it, and we have to recognize these enemies, and I think the people are doing that. I mean, we watched them attack CNN the other night. Why would they attack CNN? Because CNN has been fucking us over for generations, and we're tired of it. Just like the police, just like the government.
Right. They're intertwined. They're all together.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all on the same boat.
I agree 100%.
They're on the same boat. I mean, I think in the last like 30 years or so, there's probably been more false convictions and false arrests than anything, than actual arrests and actual convictions, actual criminals. Yeah. And a lot of people have been falsely accused. And I think they get falsely accused of either the felonies, violent felonies, or some sort of assault in order to revoke their privilege to have bear arms. And I think that's what the government's fighting against. Like, they're fighting against the rules that they set up in the beginning, that we had the right to bear arms against government tyranny or something like that. But then we got one half of the government that doesn't want us to have that right because they want to take over maybe or something like that. And then we have the other half fighting for the people, saying, no, we have the right to bear arms. But then you have all the police going around and making all these false arrests and false convictions are occurring left and right.
Yeah.
And revoking that right for the whole masses of people. So if the government ever did come up against us and we had to defend ourselves, we'd be smaller numbers at that point because they already took away everybody's right.
Well, this is why I recommend that you know your neighbors because my neighbors have guns and I don't have guns. But my neighbors do, and if the government comes to to fuck all, they know who I am, and they know that I would be there for them, not for the fucking government. So, they have, and it's not when I say my neighbors have guns, it's not like there's one gun in each house.
Yeah,
they have guns,
one gun in
multiple.
Each house is not going to stand up to squads of army men and stuff.
I know people who got fucking weapons in cases, dude.
I mean, of course there are those people out there too that have stockpiles, and they're prepared for stuff like this. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it doesn't help the average ordinary person, and we're a bunch of sitting ducks unless we could actually get in there and like really infiltrate the government somehow.
If we can come together and recognize the enemy, again, we're not really sitting ducks. It's just we have the real power. The when you see the Seattle police with the little fucking National Guard line behind them, and then you see 20,000 protesters lined up in front of them. You know, we have those people, you know, like half of them own guns, right? And they don't bring their guns out. They don't want that kind of trouble, you know. But they don't even need the guns. They could just trample those fucking police lines, trample those National Guard lines if they decided to. You know, it's not, and that's why, again, the Seattle police have backed way the fuck off. Because they saw, you know, they did their little tear gas thing on the peaceful protesters, and then there was 10 times as many the next day. So that shit ain't gonna work, you know. So they say, oh yeah, we're not gonna do that anymore. We hear you. We're not gonna do that. So these are important things, and that's a big recognition of who has the real power, because the people are like, you know, I mean, literally, the mayor yesterday said, you know, in downtown Seattle, she said, come downtown at this time and I'll come out and we'll all have a discussion. And the people were like, stop using tear gas. And she's like, I don't know. I don't think that we can do that. And like literally the people booed for 10 minutes while she tried to explain why. And they just got louder and louder and louder. And then today they banned tear gas. Okay. So, you know, people, you know, you may choose not to, I'm not talking about you in particular, but people may choose not to see anything happen and may choose to say, oh, these protests never accomplish anything. But I see some things happening, and I'm very proud of these protesters for that's amazing to me.
No, I root them on too. I mean, I think that's courageous to go out there.
I'd say 10 times. These people are so brave, man, to stand up to these heavily armed cops who hate being, you know, questioned in any way. You know, I mean, they're so brave.
Yeah, they are. They are. I agree. I agree. You know, I think it just goes beyond even this. I mean, even this right here with the government. It comes down to, you know, what they teach our kids in public schools, uh, what they give us to eat, basically the food chain, the food line, what we have to eat, our water we drink, uh, just medical care, you know, medicine,
Right,
science.
right. They try and dumb us down anywhere they can, whether it be nutrition or overwork or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Overwork us, right? That's the greed. That's allowing. That's because there's no rules set for certain corporations, maybe, and they could just get away with murder, you know, and they could work you to death. And but they have to pay their taxes to the government, you know, and I guess
Well,
the government sets their
apparent,
taxes on them,
apparently Amazon doesn't pay any taxes. That's what I keep hearing.
and that's if they're not. I think that's not if they're not in America or something like that. If they left America, they don't have to pay American taxes, and they can pay elsewhere, probably cheaper. And I think maybe also because America, you know, somehow we're like some kind of rich country, you know, and we got loads of wealth. And it surprises me though how much more I see going out, and I'm trying to see what we have coming in. I'm just trying to picture it, but maybe we're just becoming a burden on ourselves. You know, eventually, it's just too much to take on, and you know, unless you know if we're here as the melting pot of the world, I think that you know every country should contribute to us somehow, you know, financially, if we're the melting pot of the world, because we all have to live here, you know, and we all
You
get
know,
and every
well,
country has that right to come here.
we're the richest nation in the world. We really don't need people to contribute to us. You know, we hear that
Yeah,
again
people
and
say that
again.
we're
We're
the
the
richest
richest nation.
nation in the world, and I'm trying to see how, like, if we have, there are so many people out there on, you know, Social Security and government benefits and stuff like that, and then you have companies that pay probably as little as possible to the government that they have to, you know, with taxes. and then they pay as little as possible to the average worker. You
Yeah.
know, and everybody just stretched so thin. I think it's like everybody just stretched so thin with no money. It's like the workers are really what keeps the place rich. It's like all the workers working for $10 an hour, $11 an hour, and now and a job you do today, you have like 20 times more responsibility than you did yesterday. And the job they have, they make you do everything, and squeeze whatever they can out of you for that little bit of money, and they have you doing like 20 jobs.
Yeah, that's part of it too.
You're the manager, you're this, you're that, you're everything.
We're overworked.
You're the cook, you're the servant, you're the dishwasher.
They have us.
Like, what the fuck?
They have us. They're getting us from every angle, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
So, I mean.
Well, it's like I said, the people. I mean, but the people being in the street, really, we have to give them credit. They're very brave. They're very, beautiful. I mean, and righteous.
No, yeah, definitely brave.
And I hope that, and I do see things happening, and it makes me feel filled with fucking joy, man. I
really want to see things happen.
Yeah.
I want to see the ratio of police officers matching the population of the neighborhood. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because if they want to get into it, let's really get into it, because this is bullshit.
We have to get into it. It's not a matter whether they want to or not. We have to get into it. We got to get as far up the police's ass as they are up our ass, man.
Right. And they have to have full disclosure to the people. Full disclosure about everything, Transparency is number one. Where you have to be able to trust your local officials.
Cameras 24 hours a day, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right, Mike. I hope that maybe somebody in the North Pole is listening on this conversation.
Maybe. But, you never know.
You never know. But yeah, I mean, this is like gotta end. Cops gotta stop brutalizing the people and killing people too. It's not right.
One of these days.
It's not right. They beat their wives. The wives are afraid to go and speak up.
Everybody's afraid. That's the whole point. Everybody's afraid. Everybody's afraid of these people, and we shouldn't have to live that way.
Right.
All right, bro. It's good to hear from you.
And hey, good to hear from you. I just want to say another thing. You could tell when you look them in the face too. You could see which cops they are. It's very easy to see them. You can always spot them.
Well, this is what I keep saying. Is the cops know which cops are going to go out and they're going to hurt people today. They know which ones those are, and they don't do anything except for protect those cops. Yeah,
they need to turn each other in. That's what they need to do. It needs to be like double espionage or some shit.
Well, there just needs to be a proper, accountability. That's all. I mean, if they know. See, if you had somebody amongst your ranks and you knew that he was going to go out today and he was going to fuck somebody's world up just because he could, and you didn't do anything, I mean, that would make me feel horrible every day to go home and know that I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything, whatever, I mean, I just don't know how you can be part of that,
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, man.
Keep on fighting the good fight, man.
Right on. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I will. Yeah, really, I don't know any other way.
Well, this is the best way. You're doing it. All right, my man.
All right. Thanks. Talk to you soon.
All right, definitely, Mike. You have a good night, all right? Have a great weekend.
Okay, you too, bro. See ya. Okay, so, oh, man. It is going to rain all weekend here. So, hopefully, I just gave the dogs a bath. I just bathed both the dogs, so, you have no idea how much energy that takes. That girl's fur is so complicated. Oh my God. It's like impossible to get her dry. It's just layer. It's like an outer layer and this like this under layer of like a really fine fur. Oh my God, so messed up. But she seemed to be happy now. Of course, I gave her a cookie after the bath. I gave Rufus a dab before his bath, and then I gave Girl a cookie after the bath because she's a little bit more weird in the tub, and I didn't want her to have some like nightmare kind of tub situation. What's up, caller?
Hello, Michael. How are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing awesome. Thank you very much.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
From Arizona or Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Okay. You guys sound so much alike. I don't know if you know that or not, but I'm like,
I don't know that.
Yeah, you have a doppelganger
Yeah, I got them all over. I got them all over the place, man. Apparently, I look like everybody and I sound like everybody.
Well, so did you go back to work, Joe?
I did 3 days ago.
Right on. I know you were looking forward to that. Are people coming in and saying hi?
They are, yeah.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
No, really
dude.
good. Yeah. So how you been doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I keep a real even kind of pace, you know.
Yeah. So enjoying this, crazy grand movie that's playing out before us right now.
I love the protesters, dude. You know, I love the people and these people that are so brave as to stand up to these, these rabid fucking cops. I can't admire them enough, honestly.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, you're out in Seattle.
Yeah, in Seattle.
Yeah. So what are the brave people doing?
Well, let's see. So 3 nights ago, there was tens of thousands of people in the streets, and we streamed it live. Maybe about 10,000, right, in Seattle. And well, it kind of changed over the night, but we streamed it live for about 4.5 hours. And then the local news shut off at 11:30, and at 11:33, the cops dumped tear gas into the crowd of 10,000 people, sent them running. Which the local news has refused to show the moment of when the cops launched the tear gas. They haven't shown anything.
Yeah.
But we streamed it live, and there was nothing. There was nothing going on. The cops just, okay, the cameras are off. Let's do this thing. But after that, on that, and then the same thing happened in Portland that same night, which we were streaming live. And in fact, the people were, in Portland, it was crazy, dude. But I looked into the camera on those nights when they did that, and I said they just made it 10 times worse. And the next day, there was 10 times as many people in the street. In Seattle, there was like 30,000 people in the street. They were blocking the freeway to get downtown because they didn't want more people getting in there. And that day they announced that the cops would with a group of 20,000 people in the streets, the mayor announces the curfew is now over after they just tear gassed them the night before. And then she said, and the police will all prominently display their badge numbers now, which is something that no police force does across the United States at this time. And today, just 2 hours ago, they said that the cops said we will no longer use tear gas on protesters. So, if you want to know what they're doing, this sounds to me like they're making progress.
Oh yeah, it's mighty noble of the cops to not use tear gas, but
yeah.
So what are the protesters protesting though?
They're protesting police brutality.
Oh, that's cool. All of them? Or I'm talking about the protesters specifically, but what about the people who are co-opting the protests?
You mean the rioters?
I do.
Well, I honestly think that that's like 0.1% of the people, of the protesters. Because if you look, I see tens of thousands of people, and they could easily tear down, burn down any fucking thing they want. And instead, they stand there with their hands in the air, begging the cops not to shoot them. Okay, and a lot of those people own guns too, and they don't bring them. They're not looking for trouble. Okay,
no.
So there's this little tiny percentage, 0.1% of people, the way I see it, and of that 0.1%, I'll bet you a quarter of them are probably paid agitators.
Well, they're definitely paid agitators, but 1/10 of 1% can make a hell of a fucking difference. I know I've got like
Well,
down in
yeah,
Pittsburgh. I've got
it has allowed the mainstream media basically to label all the protesters as rioters and looters.
Well, and that's the problem. And it's not just labeling all the protesters as rioters and looters. It's also the rioters and looters co-opt it, and then the media can say, "Well, the protesters are doing this." Well, they're not. It's the 1/10 of 1%, like you said.
Right. They said
So
no.
they can spin it. They can spin it in whatever direction they want to.
Every night when you see these protests, when you see the chyron underneath the protest, it says protest turned violent. It's not the protest that turned violent. The cops turned violent. You never see that on the fucking chyron underneath the fucking video.
The cops do, yeah.
Yeah, and this little tiny percentage of criminally minded people who, again, are many of them are professionally paid agitators.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they are.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you. I mean, but that's the problem, though. I think you have all these weird agitators that are getting paid coming in, and they're subverting what I think is a genuine protest. If you want to protest against police brutality, or you want to protest against or even if you want to stand in solidarity for George Floyd, I think that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have other groups that want to come in and subvert it and turn it into this weird fucking, field day of, burning down Wendy's and AutoZones and shit. I think people need to,
well, we played
to get things in perspective.
We played a video here, Joe, of a person outside the AutoZone with a hammer breaking windows, all dressed in black with an umbrella and a hammer.
Yeah, Umbrella Man.
Yeah, and that video, it turns out apparently that person's ex-wife has come forward and said he's a cop.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So again, this is professional instigators that are out there, starting this shit, and so to even begin and associate that with the protest, in my opinion, is buying into the programming 110%.
I agree, but you still have to acknowledge it, though. I mean, these are people they're subverting the protest, and you have to acknowledge that they're a part of it.
They exist. They are not part of the protest.
Well, but they are the way the media is painting the narrative. So you have to acknowledge it. You can't just ignore them. They are part of the protest because whether or not they're part of the legitimate protest is that's got nothing to do with it.
They're using the protest as cover. They're really not part of the protest. I mean, the reason it bothers me so much, Joe, is because these people are in the street are so beautiful. They're down there trying to do what's right in the face of these heavily armed, trigger happy, fucking rabid cops who can't stand being questioned. And they're like, you're the problem, and the cops, if there wasn't a million cameras, the cops would be beating the fucking shit out of these people, and proving their point. And they are beating the shit out of them. What's that?
But you still have to acknowledge that these people, whether you want to accept them as part of the protest, is irrelevant. The fact is, they are there. They are interjecting themselves into these protests. You can't ignore them. You have to accept the fact that they're there, and then you have to call them out. You have to call them out for being agent provocateurs, because that's what they are. And you've got cops that are doing this too.
Which again,
because I'm sure you saw the videos of the cops unloading bricks on pallets, and you saw the other cops that were busting out windows. So, on their way to go after peaceful protesters. So, I mean, it's not. I agree. Peaceful protesters, they should go out and they should protest. They should go out and protest whatever their cause is. But you have to acknowledge that there are other people who are subverting it. And you've got law enforcement subverting it. You've got agent provocateurs.
Those people are criminals.
You can't just ignore them.
Those people are criminals, and if the cops would just stop fucking with the peaceful protesters, the second they heard a window shatter or an alarm go off, they could be on top of it with 40 fucking cops in 10 seconds. And instead they choose to fuck with the peaceful protesters knowingly.
Yes.
Knowingly. This is all purposeful.
Yes, I agree. But the point I'm making, though, is that you can't acknowledge the peaceful protesters and then just completely ignore the other ones who are coming in and subverting their cause. You have to acknowledge them, and you have to point them out and say, hey, listen, we've got peaceful protesters here, but we also have cops and agent provocateurs who are coming in and they're fucking up the rhythm. You know, you can't just ignore them and say, well, they're not part of it. You have to acknowledge that they are part of it. You don't want them to be. You want them out. But you can't do that unless you acknowledge them in the first place.
I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm simply saying that they're not part of these beautiful people with their hands up. They're not part of that. Right. They're not those people. Those are different people than these people that we're looking at. Okay?
And I think any rational person would agree with you.
Yeah.
I think any rational person would agree with you.
But not a Tucker Carlson fucking viewer, apparently. Because Tucker just sees them all as violent fucking threats to our entire way of life.
Yeah, well, I don't care about Tucker Carlson. I'm just talking about, if you want to acknowledge the problem, or if you want to address the problem, you have to acknowledge that because like I said, peaceful protesting is great. It's part of what we are as Americans. We should go out, we should protest and address our grievances. But at the same time, when people try to subvert it, and I don't care if it's the cops, I don't care if it's agent provocateurs or weirdo lefties, these people, you have to acknowledge them. And you can't just ignore them. You have to say, hey, listen, these people are part of the mix too. We haven't ever ignored
them. We haven't ever ignored them. I'm just telling you that the problem is that people want to go, that's who these people are. And it's not. Right. And they just want to focus on them. And again, those people are 0.1% of what's happening here. And it's disgusting that not you, but that those people want to boil it down to that. And it just, it fucking infuriates me like you cannot believe, Joe.
But the other end of that spectrum, though, too, Mike, is people want to just completely ignore the fact that they're in there in the first place. They just want to say, well, no, there are no people subverting these movements. It's just, it's peaceful protesters. Well, there are people out there throwing Molotovs, and there's people out there laying down fucking mortar and bricks, and people, cops who are abandoning police cars and putting them in the path of protesters to entice them to set them on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So there are all kinds of actors involved.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say, yes, there are peaceful protesters, and the peaceful protesters should be acknowledged as such. But when people, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying when people say, well, no, the peaceful protesters aren't going out there and, setting fires and setting police cars on fire, and throwing bricks. Well, they aren't, but you have to acknowledge the fact that there are people who are doing that. So who are they?
Right.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying that the media they don't put everything in perspective, Michael.
Right.
There's a much larger perspective that's being ignored.
Which is
there are agent provocateurs who are subverting these peaceful protest movements, and the media latches on to the most extreme of them. They latch on to the sensationalist aspect of it. Because if it was just peaceful protesters going out and marching, the media would ignore it. It's fucking boring. But the fact there are people going out and starting fires, setting police cars on fire, and tossing bricks and fucking buildings and setting Wendy's on fires, then they have something to report on. So I'm not saying I know who it is. I'm just saying there are people out there who are capitalizing on this. They're exploiting it, and the peaceful protesters are getting, pushed on the wayside so that the media can, latch on to the radical aspects of this.
They can have their pretty video their exciting, adrenaline pumping video.
Exactly. They've got their 10-minute video they can throw on YouTube, and they never address the issue. And the issue is the fact that there are certain people who are exploiting this. To what end? I don't know. But they're exploiting it.
Right. That's something that should be investigated very highly. I agree. There should be. Yeah. You would think that would be something that the media would really want to find out exactly who this element is. But they don't want to do that. What they want to do is equate these beautiful, proud, brave, peaceful protesters as those people. As those are they're just the same, and it's really I can't, it's not like I can possibly explain my disappointment in the media any more than I already have.
Well, Michael, you've been covering the media for almost 20 years now, so I mean you've been disappointed for a long time. You're jaded as I am as well.
I'm really
you can't expect the media to reasonably report on anything.
I don't expect anything from them. I expect basically for them to lie to us constantly. That's what I expect from them. To ratchet up the fear to the highest level possible about the smallest little fucking bullshit and lie to us on every detail about it.
Yep, and they spin every narrative, and that's why you get they focus on the radical aspect of the protests and not the actual peaceful protesters. They conflate the two. And I've got a younger brother. My youngest brother lives in Pittsburgh. And he's down there protesting. And, great, awesome, protest. Go out and do what you want to do. At the same time, though, you've got I worry about him because you have these weird radical elements that are going in. You got these. Here's the way I look at it. If you're wearing a mask in a protest and you're fucking shit up and you think it's you think it's for the cause of good, why are you wearing a mask? I mean, if it's for the cause of good, then why are you wearing a mask? You should be owning that shit.
Well, it's a time of plague, Joe. Everybody has to wear a mask now.
No, that time of plague is over, Mike. Haven't you heard? We're protesting now. COVID is over. No, nobody's worried about COVID anymore.
No, I heard one of the fucking talking heads on the mainstream media the other night talking about how responsible the protesters were being because they're all wearing masks. I was just like, this guy's never been to a protest in his fucking life.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious, dude. No, fucking COVID went the wayside, dude. I remember 3 weeks ago, everybody was flipping out because there were people protesting on Capitals, with guns, not using them. They were just hanging out in the Capitol building and saying, hey, we want to go back to work. And I know our governor, Tom Wolf, here in Pennsylvania, still a fucking piece of shit, was saying, hey, no, these people are evil, they're violent, they're radical. All they were doing was, chanting and holding up signs.
Yeah.
And now you have people going out. I'm not talking about the protesters. I'm talking about the people who subverted it. They're going out. They're torching fucking police cars. They're burning down Wendy's and AutoZones. And I got Tom Wolf marching with them right now saying, yes. Well, at the same time, our Department of Health, Rachel Levine, is saying we have to social distance. What the fuck kind of mixed message is that? There's absolutely no consistency to the standards by which they're laying down right now. COVID is a fucking joke.
Look, I've been Joe. Look, where I've been at with this stuff from day one, man. Right?
Yes.
You have not seen me for 1 second saying fear the plague. I've been talking about the Bird Box monster and endless summer, dude.
Yes, sir. No, I know. I've called you. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
And it is. But isn't it funny though how the very same people who 2-3 weeks ago were saying we all have to shelter in place, we have to social distance, you're going to kill grandma if you go outside and don't wear a mask. If you break that 6-foot magical number, the COVID-19 is going to get you. That fucking boogeyman is going to get you. And it's like, dude, now, okay, so now we've got people, en masse going around fucking torching shit, burning their own communities, and you're going to support it? What the fuck kind of message is that? There's no.
Well, like you said, that's just a really fucked up individual, dude. I mean, that guy is seriously fucked up. I don't know how anybody can look. When I look at the protesters in the streets, I see proud Americans, and anybody.
I'm all for that.
Anybody who sees something else, your own personal biases are clouding your vision. Okay, so
no,
you know.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all for that, Mike. I'm just saying the message has gotten lost in translation because, like I said 3 weeks ago, the very same message that they were pushing is now, for social distancing, quarantine, all that shit. Now they're completely ignoring it through their actions, but still telling us that we have to social distance and quarantine and wear masks. There's no logic behind it. None.
And in my opinion, there hasn't been any from the beginning, Joe, with the quarantine shit. I mean, the mask to me, I mean, it's all been this, they start by telling us, don't you wear masks. People shouldn't be wearing masks. And then like fucking 3 months into the motherfucking plague that's gonna kill the whole fucking world, everyone should be wearing masks. They tell us, don't stop going to your favorite Chinese food restaurant, and fucking a month later, all the fucking restaurants are closed. It couldn't be more meant to drive people insane and confuse them and not know where to fucking turn, where to look, who to trust. It's really meant to fuck with people. And it's so sad that we just can't get better leadership than this,
No, and that's exactly it. It's meant to confuse. It's meant to confuse and scare people. And what better way to do that than to subvert peaceful protests with? Because I'm telling you, Michael. Here's my thought. Here's my weird little conspiratorial element in all this. I think that the COVID-19 scare was meant to frighten people enough to get them to submit what few rights they have left. I'm talking about Fourth Amendment rights, HIPAA laws, things like that.
There's no Fourth Amendment. There's no Fourth Amendment.
I'm saying what few rights we have left, including those in the Fourth Amendment. But, people didn't submit. By and large, people went out and they said, fuck this. We want to work. We want to open up our businesses. We're not going to fucking do this. And because they didn't submit.
Well, they did somewhat submit. They closed their businesses. They went home, but they went, you know what? We're not buying into your bullshit hyped up fear. And that's why all of a sudden now whenever you leave the house, you have to wear a mask, because you need to never forget that you're supposed to be afraid.
Well, yeah, but that's the point I'm bringing up is that. Well, yeah, because now, here's the other thing, though, too. I'll get to this in a second. But my point was, the people weren't scared to the degree the state wanted them to be.
Right.
So now they're subverting these protests. Unfortunately, Michael, for fucking George Floyd, he was killed. He was murdered. And they saw that as an opportunity to say, okay, we're going to exploit this. We're going to blow it up. And you had protesters going out protesting against police brutality. Absolutely 100%. It's a serious issue. But once they went out, now you've got agent provocateurs going in, subverting it, causing all kinds of chaos. And I think that chaos is going to force a shutdown on a much larger scale through, civil unrest. They're going to use civil unrest and state of emergency to do it because we didn't willfully submit earlier with COVID. Now they're going to force it and say, well, because, there's a state of emergency and civil unrest, you have no choice in the matter. We are going to force you to accept these measures that you weren't willing to accept in the first place.
And I've said this. I've said this a few days back, Joe. Is that there's a good chance that this is their plan, is to rile everyone up so that they can introduce some kind of a lockdown, and then once they get the military in the streets or whatever, the roadblocks up, then they'll insist that you have to have your app on their phone, and then you don't get to leave unless you've had the fucking vaccine. And if you go out of your house, and they're gonna pull you over right there on the street and fucking vaccinate you military style right in the fucking neck, boom,
Yeah.
So I've said that I see that as a possibility. But what I also see happening, Joe, is that again, when the people are just again allowed not to be pushed, not to be shot at with rubber bullets and tear gas and flashbang grenades, in Seattle the last 2 nights, tens of thousands of people in the street, and there's not a problem. In Portland, the same thing. And these are very radical, these are as liberal, quote unquote, as it gets. And so what I'm trying to say is that there is an option besides what it is you're talking about. Hopefully Chicago, which looks like it's got about 1 million people in the streets tonight, will not explode. Hopefully the police there won't be so stupid as to launch tear gas or try and stop these people. Just let them do what they're going to do. And again, you focus on the troublemakers. Last night I played a video, Joe, in which there was a professor from somewhere. I'm not sure where it was, but he was saying that the looting is pretty much 100% of the blame of the police, because they're not focusing on the criminal element. They're taking these peaceful, righteous people and they're harassing them when they could just deal with these people who are causing trouble and have it done with in seconds.
Well, that's also because the police are part of the criminal element.
Right.
The police
I agree 100%. They want that criminal element. Their budget is based on that criminal element, and they want their budget to be as big as possible. So you can.
And that's why they're unloading bricks on pallets, and that's why they're busting out windows before the protesters get there, so they have a justification to act even harsher on them. And I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen videos of the police doing this shit.
Yeah.
They're preempting all of this.
Yeah.
They're all part of this, Mike. It's not just the subverters who are going into the protest
and the media. The media is also part of it. The media is also part of it. The media is working with the cops.
90% of the shit is the media.
I'm telling you, Joe, when on 2 nights ago, not last night, not the night before that, there was 10,000 people in the streets in Seattle, beautiful protest, and the minute the local news shut down, the cops launched fucking tear gas on the whole lot of them, dude.
Yes. But not just that. You have the cops launching CS gas.
Yeah.
You have the subverters in the protests who are setting off mortar rounds and tossing bricks. It's a fucking pressure cooker, dude, on both sides. You've got the peaceful protesters in the middle. You have these crazy weirdo leftist assholes going in there and firing off fireworks, and then you got the cops who are also being paid. By the way, it's not just the fucking open society people on the left side. It's the cops are getting paid to do this shit too, dude.
Yeah.
They've got the people who have their heads in the right place. They've got them in the middle. They're fucking them over.
Yeah, which is the vast majority of people. So, look,
yeah.
I see a lot of problem, but I also see good happening, and I'm telling you, man, if they would just let the people do what they're doing, like they have the last 2 nights in Seattle, it's just been a beautiful thing. There is so many fucking people downtown right now. It's unbelievable, and they're complete. They don't want to break windows. How hard is it to do that? They could fucking smash the whole goddamn town. That's not what they want. It's not even on their radar. Their whole idea is just fucking, hear what we're saying.
Well, it sounds like the peaceful protesters are keeping everybody else in check. because I have seen that too. I have seen where the protesters, they're calling these people out.
Yeah, they
and they're saying, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
We
don't want you tarnishing what it is we're trying to do right now. Get the fuck out of here."
The ones in Seattle last night were marching fucking people that were throwing shit right up to the front police line. So here you go. That was this guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no. All I know is I live 150 miles south of Buffalo. I live about 200 miles north of Pittsburgh. I live out in the fucking boonies, and I couldn't be happier right now living where I live. But at the same time, I mean, I'm telling you, man, there's some crazy shit going on, and it's not just it's not just Seattle. It's not just the major urban areas, but there are people, like even in Erie, which is 60 miles away from me, Erie, Pennsylvania. You've got crazy shit going on out there too. And I'm all for people who want to protest, but at the same time, you've got these weirdo elements that have to be called out. When they come in and they subvert this shit, you have to call them out. You can't just ignore them and say, well, it's not the peaceful protesters. You have to call out the people who, yes, it's not the peaceful protesters. But at the same time, you have to call out the people who are putting a stain on those peaceful protesters.
Right. Those people are a horrible element, and it's a very, very fringe, tiny little element. And
I don't think it's as tiny as you're putting it out there, though, Mike.
Of course
I think it's a lot bigger than you think.
Look, if you look at these protests, there's millions of people in the streets. Okay,
yeah.
I don't know how much looting you think it is going on, but it's just this tiny, teeny little amount of that shit happening, dude. Almost nothing.
Well,
compared to the amount of people that are in the fucking streets. It's basically not happening. Okay.
Maybe where you're at, but I'm telling you, from what I've been seeing, there's a lot more going on than out in Seattle there, because I mean it really it's taken charge.
Okay, well, that's not happening here. That's not happening on any of my video feeds. That's these clips that are clipped out, and again, here's the exciting clip. Everybody's got to see the exciting clip. You know what I see cops fucking hurting people.
Yes, and they are. No, the cops definitely are. But the cops are also fomenting this shit too. Yeah. And I want to know who it is that's paying them to do
it. It's been part of their tactic forever, dude. This isn't something new. Somebody didn't come in.
Hegelian dialectic. I get it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been.
Problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, they've always been instigators. Again, they make the more trouble there is, the bigger their budget is. The bigger their budget is, the more money they all make. You know.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, Michael, I wanted to call and I wanted to catch up on you because I haven't talked to you in a week.
Hey, I'm glad you got to get back to work. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I know you were looking forward to that.
Oh, dude, it's fucking awesome, dude. And actually, I'll tell you what, it's actually, helped out my frame of mind too. Because I was getting kind of depressed there for a little bit.
I think there's a lot of anxiety in the air. You know what I mean? Kind of just the continuum, the general space that we all share, and that probably weighs on all of us.
Yes. So, all right, I'll try to keep in touch with you a little more frequently. Obviously, not as much as I was when I was off. But
hey, Joe, I'm glad to hear from you, man. Call back soon.
It's always good to talk to you, Michael.
Okay. Stay cool, man.
Have a good night, brother.
You too.
You bet.
All right, I need to get a bottle of water. I don't have a bottle of water, and I need to do a bong hit for Michelle because it's Dabs for Donations Friday. Michelle just kicked down $25. Thank you, Michelle. I'll be right back with a big old puff. I gotta get a bottle of water. Let me be right back. Oh. Here, I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna play this video of the police saying that they're not gonna use tear gas in Seattle anymore for the next 30 days, anyways. Because again, I think that's a big, big progress.
Next, the governor of the U.S. state of Virginia has ordered a key memorial to the slave-owning Confederacy to be removed from the capital.
More on that in just a moment. Breaking, the Seattle Police Department's giving us an update on their response to the protest. Let's listen in.
Demonstrators exercised their First Amendment right to protest. Then, after dark, SPD officers were targeted and temporarily blinded by laser pointers. Laser pointers were also pointed at the King County helicopter hovering above, creating a substantial risk for the pilot of the helicopter. Multiple announcements were made by the Seattle Police Incident Commander to respectfully restrain from pointing lasers. However, that pointing of the lasers continued. Then, just before 1 a.m., there was a large explosion in the crowd. Possibly a firework, but we're not sure yet. You may have seen video of this posted on social media. As a result, and directly after the explosion, many rocks and projectiles were thrown at officers. 2 SPD officers were injured, and 1 had to be taken to the emergency room. Again, there's video of this incident online. After the explosion and the injuries and the interest of public safety, multiple orders were given asking the crowd to cease their conduct, gone home. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I can take a few questions from you all.
Well, what did you do once all of that happened? You say that the officers were injured. So what was your response?
We maintained a defensive posture at that time, and we organized a response to see if it was going to continue. The volley of rocks ceased at that time, and we went back to our posture on the line.
Did you have to use tear gas or anything?
We did not deploy any munitions last night for that event.
Why did you not? How were you able to quell it without that?
That was the decision of the incident commander on the scene, based on the situation they had unfolding in front of him. Like I say, the volley of rocks had stopped at that time, so the decision was made that we can maintain our current posture.
Can you tell us how many times tear gas has been used since this past Friday when the demonstration started?
I can't. That's all under review, and that'll come out as we work through our process. We're still very involved every day, just managing events. When we have time to sit down and look back, well, I'm sure we'll have that information.
Now that there's a 30-day suspension on the use of tear gas against demonstrators, what will the alternatives be for police?
We're going back to the posture that we had last Friday. SPD is nationally renowned for its demonstration management tactics. So if officers face any acts of violence against themselves or another person, or if there's significant property damage, we have the appropriate tools and tactics in place to address that. And that won't include CS or tear gas.
What is the nature of the injuries involving the 2 officers, particularly the one who went to the hospital?
I don't have that information at this time.
Has that person been released?
I do not know at this time. Yeah, we're still evaluating all of that.
When you talk about tools at your disposal, you said tear gas is one of those, but you're not going to use tear gas for the next 30 days.
And we generally haven't in protest events. I think the last time I remember in my career was 1999. We've just been faced with unprecedented circumstances, especially last weekend, to prevent more destruction than there already was. Those are the tools we had at our disposal. So we're going back to what our posture was before the events of last Saturday.
Which still includes use of mace or pepper spray or what?
Yeah, and I gave the parameters on when that would be. Yes, those are tools we potentially have at our disposal.
And last question.
Can you tell us then what the circumstance would be to use tear gas? Because the mayor said that as long as the chief approves, certain situations tear gas will still be able to be used. What type of situation?
That'll be coming out at the discretion of the chief, has to be approved by the chief or her designee. And I think that clarification on that policy will be coming out later this afternoon.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard there a lot of comments and questions about tear gas. The reason for that being Seattle's Mayor Jenny Durkan had announced this afternoon that SPD will ban the use of tear gas for the next 30 days with regard to protesters.
All right, so I thought that was pretty important in order to again establish that there is things happening. Okay, no tear gas to be used on protesters. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen ever. That's never happened. I've never heard that happen ever, ever, ever. That one's for Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. And Al just kicked down. Thanks, Al. Thanks, Al. And it's Dabs for Donation Friday. So if anybody else would like to kick down a donation, I will be most happy to do a dab in your honor. And there are clickable links in the description box of this video or in the chat room. In the chat, there's also clickable links, or you can go to moxnews.com. It should take about less than 2 minutes to actually give something back. So this one's for Michelle. Thanks, Michelle. You're the greatest, Shug.
So let Michelle know that because she got such a big donation, even Craig's going to take a puff off his vape pen tonight. So there you go.
Come over here, take a puff off your vape.
Well, as we call it, what is it from South Park? The pink pussy stick?
Craig's got his pink pussy stick.
Okay. All right. Rare occurrence. I'm going to get on camera.
Hold on.
Oh my God. We got to go to go to the green wall. Oh, wait, that's right. We're puffing on the Dabs in Space. But I'm in my Grill It and They Will Come shirt. Weekend party shirt.
All right, Craig's gonna take a puff for Michelle.
This is my little pink grapefruit.
First time ever.
No, on camera that
Never
is.
before seen.
The pink pussy stick, as we call it, right? Isn't this thing great?
Guy's little pussy stick.
What is this thing? Some kind of oil. This is, okay, I've had this almost a year. Just see
That's
how much.
Grapefruit.
This is the grapefruit. I've had this almost a year. This is how rarely I smoke. But because Michelle gave a $25 donation, here we go. The smoke doesn't show.
Take a bigger puff.
Okay, hold on.
This is how we get him. This is how we get Craig really high. There you go.
There's a cloud. All right, you guys, you saw it here first. Mox News, first appearance. I'm out. I had to do it because Michelle dropped down $25. That's
We're
pretty
all
kick-ass.
now.
It's Friday. Call screener's getting high. Look out. Anybody except for Daniel calls through. You're good. Daniel, you and me got beef, brother. We got beef, just so you know.
Whoa! Craig just took a fucking puff. That never happens. Not on camera.
I'm taking the vape stick down to the call screener's desk, so I might get really, really high.
Oh, you should go have one of those brownies that's in the kitchen.
I'm good. I'm going to eat it.
He's afraid of my brownies. I can't even get him to eat the doggy cookies. All right, that was a good puff. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Michelle. That was a good one. All right, so what do we got? We got Seattle here in the bottom screen. We got Los Angeles right above me. Portland right above that. Just to my left would be Denver. And next to Denver is Austin, Texas. And where's Chicago? Chicago looked like it was gonna go cray. Let me see. Stockton, California. Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. looked kind of quiet, man. There was a lot of people in Washington, D.C. earlier. It may just be the view that we're getting here. Oh, I think that's D.C. down there. So lots of people in the street. The Seattle police have agreed to stop using tear gas on protesters. Again, the Seattle police have agreed to stop using tear gas on protesters. That's fucking giant. This is in the time when Donald Trump is like, just shoot the motherfuckers. Right? And the Seattle police are like, okay, we're not going to use tear gas for at least 30 days. And they're going to make it permanent. Because that tear gas thing, right, the city's #1 health guy, right? I don't know what his position is exactly called, but the health guy in Seattle says that the tear gas is helping to spread the COVID-19. So because it weakens your lung immunities, and your normal lung immunities. So, hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. I had to call in.
That was crazy, huh, Michelle?
That was funny.
I never would have expected that one.
That was awesome. And then you're like, I don't see the smoke, and he did it again, and I was over here chatting like, yeah, I don't see it.
No, that's just how we get Craig to take a second puff. We're like, oh, dude, no, you didn't get it right. You gotta do it one more time.
I was like, come on, Mike, 3's the charm. One more time.
There you go. I should have thought of that.
Oh, yeah, that's why I was putting in the chat, but I don't see no smoke, man. You can see the big old cloud there, but I don't see shit. I was like, hell yeah, fucking Craig, man. Got on, shit. Now I can put the fucking voice to the face.
That's his little pussy stick. He takes that to the casino with him when he goes to play dice. Has a puff before he goes inside.
That's fuck. Only real men puff pink.
That's what I told him. I gave him that battery. I was like, this is really sexy, dude. This is the one you want.
That's awesome, man. Oh shit. I loved it. Shit. Yeah, I just thought I'd give you a call, see how you doing, and that cracked me up, man. Fucking Craig, Jesus Christ.
Do you have plans for the weekend?
Oh, I'm getting ready to go back to work Monday.
What?
Yes, sir.
No more endless summer? Oh,
no.
Man.
Back to the grind, Mike.
Endless summer forever.
Over. All my fucking 1,000 Saturdays I've had, man, it's over.
I want endless summer forever.
Yeah, but it'll be okay. I mean, it's the same.
It will be okay, Michelle. Don't worry. It'll be okay.
Yeah, definitely. I already see the protocol and everything that they're doing, but it's like, okay, that's what I've heard. I got a little taste of it, but I don't really know how it's gonna work out.
Do you have to get tested like every day or whatever?
No, they're just shooting your forehead with the fucking chunk gun, making sure you don't have a fever.
Oh, okay. Well, that seems acceptable.
Yeah, they don't touch. They ain't touching you, you know.
Yeah, if they were sticking a cotton swab up my nose every day, I'd have an issue with that for sure.
No, I don't think so. That's not gonna happen. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, you guys have a union, don't you? Do you have a union?
Yes.
Yeah, so they're gonna try and protect you from that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, they're just making us wear face masks, you know, and it's like, we'll see how long that works out. Over here, it's already fucking at 90 degrees, and we're just not even in summer yet. So we'll see how that works out, working in a factory wearing a face mask all day. We'll see how that works out. But, yeah, so that's what they're saying now, that's what you have to do. But as I walked in the other day, just because I had to pick up some paperwork and stuff, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
I said, I've seen there was a lot of folks that didn't even have it on, but you got this cocksucker in the front gate talking about, here's your mask, you got to put this on. And I look at him, and then I had my bandana wrapped around my neck, right? And just fucking one of those fucking bosses. I don't even know who the fuck he was, but he just got, you know, he'd let me know what's up, so I had to return the favor. And so I'm walking in there, and he was like, you have to put this on. And like I said, I didn't even have my bandana on or nothing. I just had it wrapped around my neck, which I used to do that anyways, even before this fucking fake-ass shit going on. Uh-huh. And he pointed at it right away, and he said, you know, that's not CDC approved. I said, yeah. He goes, you have to wear this. And I said, first of all, anything that you can do to cover up your mouth is CDC approved, so I don't know where the hell you get your resources, but I'll fucking play your little game. And he was just like, fuck off. And I walked away, like, shut the fuck up. Don't even start acting like just because of this, and it's mandatory because company rules and all this shit. Who are you talking to like this? Motherfucker, I'm a grown-ass woman, bitch. I don't know who the fuck you think you are looking down to me, talking to me like that. Well, it's like I'm wearing it because I need this fucking job. This is my job, and I had to go and pick up some shit, at work. So I'm just like, I play your game, but I'm not fucking approving you talking to me any which way, you little fucking bitch, And he just sit there like, So the next person he's talking to, it's mandatory to wear a face mask. They were wearing a fucking scarf around their neck. He didn't say shit to them. I'm like, you fucking asshole. I don't know who the fuck he was thinking, bitch, so I don't know, whatever.
Hey, Michelle, I mean, that guy sounds like just wants some dickhole who wants to make sure everybody knows who's in charge, right?
Well, they all do that shit. Mm-hmm. They all do that shit. And it's like, you know what, go get your paper cuts from the office. Sit the fuck down because we know what the fuck we're doing. We sure as fuck don't need your dusty ass walking around looking to see if we know what we're doing. Yes, we do our job very well. And just because you guys push the papers around doesn't make you any kind of essential whatsoever, bitches.
Right.
They got some fucking people in the offices, the right hand don't even know what the left hand is doing. They got fucking dozens and dozens of fucking people up there doing paperwork for what? It's the automotive industry, dude. It's like it's the American thing. We know how to build fucking trucks and cars and shit, and any other kind of, part supplier to those automotive industries. And you're acting like you big shit because I got a degree. Fucking shove your degree up your ass and I hope you get paper cuts. Fuck off. And that's the good thing about being in the union because you can speak your mind like that and not worry about, well, you know what? We're fired. So that's one of the good things of having a union. Because I'm like, we're all grown adults. We're all here to earn a living. I'm not here for you to come poking at me anytime you want. Leave me the fuck alone. The job will get done. If I don't do my job, then, you're more than welcome to come and talk to me, which that doesn't happen. Most of the supervisors don't even know my fucking name because I go in, do my job, get the fuck out, and leave me alone.
Yeah.
So now with this shit, now all of a sudden they feel like they have the right to talk to anybody any which way. Fuck you and fuck the Rona. How about that, motherfucker? Jesus Christ. I mean, you got to teach people how to treat you. That's all there is to it. I'm not going to fucking sit there because you had a bad day and you're going to fucking mouth off to me. What? Excuse me? And you are talking to me this like, why? And let me know what bills you're going to pick up and the mortgage. I'll let you know how much to pay. Then you can tell me what the fuck to do, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Until then, shut the fuck up. Leave me alone. Like, But yeah, it's getting hot. It's getting hot already. We were 97 today. It's going to start going up. 98 tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so and like I said, it's not even summer, so it's going to be another one of those years where it was 113, 114, like for weeks at a time, man. So, and then you know how they're taking our fucking temperature right when we go in there.
Right.
Or there's so many people that work there that you have to park miles away because of the shift previous to you's got all the good spots, So you got to park like fucking I always tease, and I'm like, man, I'm walking all the way from Mexico to get into my job alone. And I was like, and then they're going to take my temperature after walking over this fucking tar-ass pavement of a fucking parking lot, and you're going to test me? Bitch, yes, I am going to be hot, motherfucker, so how's that going to work out? Like, oh. So I'm like, whatever, man. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I got it. Yeah, so I got it. So, fuck it. I just go with the flow and see what happens. I'll see what kind of shit I can come up with,
You have friends that have been working for a couple days already, or?
Yeah, they have. They started when I was supposed to go back, but they pushed it back. And that's why I was supposed to go back last week. And they're like, no. They're having a hard time even getting parts from other suppliers.
Oh, so, that makes sense.
Yeah, so, I mean, they're not working, but, okay. You want me to come in? I'll be there,
They probably got one of those massive loans from the government where they have to have people employed.
Well, they sent us a letter claiming that the government did acknowledge them as being essential.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so now all of a sudden that's all they needed to hear. And then plus with all the laws that Trump has passed within the last 3 weeks of first saying that any regulations in any kind of industry whatsoever, if it fucking stops you from running your business, change any law you want. It's out there. He did an executive order giving all the company owners the right to do whatever they fucking want. So OSHA isn't saying a fucking word. They're going to go back to fucking safety, hazards and shit. Like, I mean, and then the following, he had fucking did another executive order saying that all of the owners, they don't have a responsibility to record anybody who catches the Rona at your job. You don't have to fucking report that to OSHA, even though that's a recordable offense, but he just signed an executive order that you don't have to do that anymore, unless there's maybe 10 or 15 people that get it at the same time and you can't lie your way out of it. Then you have to record it. So that's more of a reason why GM's like, hey, fuck it, let's roll. You know, which I'm like, okay, let's roll. I'm not fucking scared of this shit anyways. So I'm like, let's roll. A lot of coworkers are finding out that they're freaking out and they don't want to go back, and you know, they're giving them options apparently. Like you can always, if you're living with an elderly person or somebody that has like asthma or something like that, you can go to your medical doctor and get a written note that will excuse you from going to work and you won't get punished because they're saying that it's possible that you could bring that shit back home.
Right.
So that's a good thing that they did there, but a lot of people don't know about it because they didn't make it easy access to find out that information of what to do. But now by word of mouth, and it's the word of mouth too, because the union isn't really saying anything about this shit. So it's word of mouth because we talk to each other because we already know what we're up against, you know. And so everybody's finding this out, and they're just like, well, shit, you know, my son's got asthma, and it's like, fuck that, and he's scared to go to work. Well, here you go. You don't have to go then. You don't have to go then. And that's why people are telling everybody, like, look, there's ways to go around it. If you even have a breathing, you know, problem or whatever ailment, you know, whatnot, then you don't have to go and you'll be excused as well. All you need is to bring in the you know, the medical work and, you know, nothing will change. You stay on unemployment.
Yeah, I have to apply essential oils to my lungs every hour on the hour, Michelle.
Well, see, and you do it because it works. You know?
Yeah. Fucking A.
So, and that's why with these people, it's like, well, I mean, they're already getting, like I said, just my first, you know, interaction with this fool, already trying to fucking look at me and already going to talk about what I'm wearing. Bitch, I was wearing a fucking bandana over my neck for sweat because it's so fucking hot here. Like, I've been doing this way before the Rona, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, fuck you, and then you're just going to sound off like that. You know, take it down a notch, buddy. You know?
Yeah, well, everybody's going to be a little bit on edge, you know, Michelle. They're going to be all kind of, like, anxious. It's like I'm saying, there's this massive anxiety in the continuum, and I think everybody's experiencing it at least a little bit.
Well, I would have more sympathy for them than this motherfucker that's standing at the door as a watch.
I hear you.
With anybody else, it's like, okay, I feel for them. You know, if that's how you feel, you know, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you're probably going to get people who seem like they're agitated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just for no reason, and it's because they have this shit that's happening, and they have zero control over it. Now they gotta wear a fucking mask and get their temperature taken, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I get that, but just like, you know, before, if it wasn't about this, it was about something else, they were fucking complaining. So it doesn't make me any damn difference. Feel the way you want to feel, but don't bring it to me. You know, you want to cry about it. Hey, nobody likes what's going on. But you deal with it or fucking don't come into work. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
You know, there's always people there that complain every fucking day about this job.
Oh, some people just complain. Yeah, I know what you mean, Michelle. Some people just complain endlessly.
And that just gets on my nerves because nobody is forcing you to come into work.
You're not making shit any better by fucking whining constantly, dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I tell them, you know, because I get tired of it. You know, it's like I did the mistake at first, you know, being from Ohio, you know, saying hi and how you doing and actually saying, oh, I'm doing pretty good. How are you? But I learned that. I'm not asking nobody else, how are you?
I don't really ask people. I'm always surprised when people ask you, how are you? Because it seems like that you really don't care how I am at all. So I don't understand, you know, why that's the first go-to question that you ask fucking everybody. How you doing? You don't give a fuck how I'm doing.
Yeah, but dude, that's because they want to be asked that so that they can fucking off to the races.
They can tell everything's so fucked up in their world, huh, Michelle?
Yeah, man. from their hair hurting to their nails are not growing. What the fuck, dude? What are you doing to me? I'm like, what are you doing to me here? So now they're just like, how you doing? Pretty good. Thanks for asking. Bye. And I move on. And I move on. Like, no, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Like, good.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah. And you know, and that's the whole part of fake it to make it. That's the whole part about being a grown up. You can feel shitty, but when you're at your job, you got one job to do. I don't give a fuck about what the hell you're doing outside of the plant. Don't bring it to me, man. I'm here trying to focus on what I'm doing so I don't get my arm cut off. You know, it's like, so why don't you just focus on what you're doing and quit trying to distract me? Like, god damn, I don't care that Timmy fell in the well. God damn, go get him. Shit, what the hell you want me to do? You know,
I don't have a rope, dude. Go get a rope. Go find somebody with a fucking rope.
Yeah, plus we're on the clock, and that's way above my pay scale, man. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? But, no, so I'm looking forward to it, though. Because after not being there for almost, my last work was in the middle of March. So from all that time of not being at work, when I came back, I start feeling the vibes again, too. Like, oh, yeah, let's get it. You know?
Right on.
It's like the same fucking way I did before. You know, let's go. I'm not going to cry about doing it. I'm going to be all like, let's go to work. Fuck it. And that's just me. I don't care how anybody else has to do it, but that's just me. Let's do it. I'm not going to complain about it because you know what? I got a job. I'm going to go earn my keep. I don't need nobody to help me. Just like I never seen the fucking Trump bucks through all this shit. You know? So I'm just all like I said before, you ain't going to help me. I don't see nothing. So get out of my way and let me go earn my own keep.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. And then now you got these fucking clowns acting like, oh, now all of a sudden I'm a surgeon because I got a face mask on. Fuck you and your face mask. Get away from me. You know, like I said, after this pandemic is done, you know how they're saying stay 6 feet apart, you know? Well, even after this all done and said, if it ever will be, I still want motherfuckers 6 feet away from me. How about that? You know, leave me alone.
I hear that, Michelle. See this right here? See this? It's my personal space. Stay the fuck out of it.
Damn right. I would go get some swimming noodles and put them around me, looking like a goddamn octopus. If you fucking touch one of the ends of my cone, you're too close, bitch. Imagine that. Shit.
I've seen people. I seen people today. They had hats that had wings on them that went out like 3 feet on the other side.
Fuck yeah. Oh, people are just making a mockery out of this shit. I love it. I mean, who came up with the 6 foot anyways?
Yeah.
It's like, do they encounter people that always spit when they talk or something that it still reaches them at 6 feet?
It's
like,
not going to work. It's not 6 feet. 6 feet is not going to fucking protect you. If it's airborne, 6 feet ain't going to do it.
Well, not only that, you already have a mask on, so what's the 6 foot about? You know, I mean, it's not like we're there fucking humping each other. We're standing beside each other. Like, what's the problem here?
How far is shit going to travel through a mask? Right, exactly.
You already have a mask on.
Yeah.
Like, overkill. And then they're even flirting with the idea that we're not going to be able to allow to have fans on. What? And I was like, really? And they're like,
how can that be? Okay. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, apparently it's going to circulate the air. And, you know, it's possible that would also have a way to people to contact the fucking Rona, Mike. Goddamn,
wow,
it's like,
man, you're going to have people passing out, dude.
Exactly. That's what I'm waiting for. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Because there's older folks there that work there, too. You know, you're going to fucking cover them up with the face mask. Which, like I said, I was in there, and I was in an office where it's AC and shit. I was sweating boots, man. Dude, I'm not used to having a mask on my face.
Yeah.
And breathing in fucking hot air. And that's being in an air conditioning. There's not air conditioning out on the goddamn floor. They say there is, but it's all pointed to the robots so they stay cool, not for us.
Huh. Wow.
No one's like,
oh, man. I mean, so the robots are little ovens too, is what you're saying, huh? They put off a lot of heat.
It's welding, you know. It's welding all
right. Dang, dude.
Oh, sure. And then you got the smog of that shit. You got the smog of that shit. But now you're going to be in an environment where you have a fucking mask on and no fan, no ventilation. What are you doing? Oh, okay. We'll see how well that works out. Because there are going to be people falling left and right. Like I said, today it's 98 outside.
Man.
Imagine inside. Up to 130 degrees in that fucking place.
Oh, dude.
So they're gonna.
Oh my God, they're gonna kill somebody.
They're shit in the name of Rona. Damn it, Mike! In the name of Rona. Yep. So we'll see how that goes. You know. But
that's unfortunate. I hope that they don't. I hope they don't kill anybody. So you know, Michelle.
I hope they don't either. But
yeah.
You know how these people that have those degrees and shit, even though it's designed, it's supposed to do this. When they actually make the fucking product, they find out, oh shit, now we got to troubleshoot because it doesn't work. Exactly. Just because you see this shit on paper doesn't mean it's going to work out there on the floor. But these guys seem to think that they know what they're fucking doing. And, you know, does any boss ever really care about the fucking workers? And so once people start falling, and it's going to happen because I'm telling you, it's fucking hot in that place. And once that starts happening is when maybe they'll consider, okay, no, we need to have the fans on or whatever.
Yeah, we need to get some air in this place. Get fucking hot in here.
Man, yeah, you got people that are just, I mean, and I know some people that are just already crying about the heat before this shit happened, let alone your face. Oh, and then we have to wear Kevlar sleeves all the way up our shoulders as well. And
dang, is that for that's for like sparks and stuff?
Yeah,
Wow.
And it's also for cuts for the sharp metal that you work around with all the time. You know. And yeah, so you also have to have that, and of course dressed, you know, covered everything from head to toe, including steel-toed work boots.
Oh, some people are gonna die, Michelle. I'm sorry.
It's gonna be horrible for people. It's gonna be horrible for some people. I always take like a liter of ice, a jug of ice water every day, you know, with me anyway. So that's not gonna change, you know. But yeah, this is gonna be it's gonna be troubling for some folks, and I just hope people don't seriously get hurt to prove them a point, because sometimes you have to prove them it's not going to work for them to say, well, you know what, I was thinking, you know, they have to make it look like it was their idea.
Yeah.
So they're going to say, you know what, I think it's better if we go ahead and turn on the fans. Yeah, I think we should do that. Okay. Yeah, but it was my idea, so everybody knows, not the people that were falling, you know, and going to the hospital left and right. It was my idea because I think that, yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, right. They would never say that, you know. So they're willing to fucking sacrifice some, you know. That's just the name of the game now. That's the world we live in.
Yeah.
Reality. Like that, not only in this place, but dozens of other fucking places out there are the same. And now when you get a fucking dumbass president that says the company can make their own rules and they can follow whatever rules they want and they can dismiss the rules that they want. What company is not fucking foaming at the mouth right now getting rid of everything that's going to, you know, stop production? And that's what Trump said. If anything's going to get in the way of progress, then you can fucking get rid of that rule. Don't worry about it. You know, it's be careful, anybody that works out there in any kind of industry, because we are on our own, union or not. You know, we're on our own, so you better watch out for yourself, because this is the only life that you got. You better protect it. You know, be safe at anything you do. If they tell you to fucking do a job that you know it's unsafe, don't fucking do it. And if you're going to fucking, you know, tell me, well, get out for a day, you got a day suspension, then I will, because at least I'll live.
You know, if they tell you to do a job that you know is going to rip your arm off, and then it gets your arm ripped off, and you get a $10 million settlement, trust me when I say it is not worth it.
No, hell no. Because you got to live with that shit for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's not just an incident that just happened. It's going to be something that you're going to live with for the rest of your fucking life. You know, so. But I did see about that Buffalo. Did you see that? Or you had showed it. Or you were talking about that Buffalo dude that
we showed it last night, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you were talking about it today, that he resigned and a lot of other people resigned too.
The two cops that pushed the 75-year-old gentleman down to the ground, and then walked away, got suspended, and in protest, 57 other officers from that same precinct resigned from the force.
Wow, that's good.
If we're not,
if that's what you stand,
yeah.
If that's when you stand and boo-hoo, you don't let me fucking hurt old people, I resign, then you're better off the fucking force at anywhere in this country or in the world for that fact. Because goddamn, if that's where you stand, that's where you draw the line.
Right.
You don't let us. That's where you draw the line and say, "I'm gonna resign." Okay, so when your grandkids ask you, "Daddy, why did you resign?" They wouldn't let us push old folks, man. Fuck that.
They wouldn't let us beat up the old people.
That's rich. Yeah, and in San Diego, I sent it to Craig. There was video of this one girl that got pretty much abducted right in front of your fucking eyes. These 3 vehicles pulled up, and they looked like they were dressed in cop gear, but you couldn't see police or anything, and they were just all dressed in black. And they were walking away from the protest there in San Diego, and they pulled up and said, "Come here, you're coming with us," and fucking literally took a girl, pretty much kidnapped her, and they were like, "Where are you taking her? Where are you taking? What are you doing? What are you doing?" I mean, they're screaming out of the top of their lungs, and the cops like, "Don't follow us." Or maybe cops, I don't know. It's not even to tell that they were cops because they were all unmarked cars.
Yeah.
They got the license plate of the van that they put her in, and all these guys just fucking took off, and they were yelling back at the camera people, telling them, "If you follow us, we will shoot you. You hear me? Don't follow us." And then sped off, and they're like, "Well, where are you taking her? We got a right to know. Where are you taking her?" They didn't say shit. And I couldn't believe my eyes, man. I couldn't believe my eyes. Like, what am I watching here? People that were walking away from the protest, and right there in the middle of fucking Main Street doing this, they just straight up kidnapped the lady, man. And like I said, sent that to Craig, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, because I'm like, and they took the license plate of the gray minivan that they stuffed her into.
Yeah.
But like I said, 3 cars sped away. It was 2 cars and then that minivan, and yet nobody, there was no markings on it at all. The cops had no numbers, no badges, nothing. It was just like people dressed in tactical gear just kidnapping a chick.
Yeah.
And they were white, and the girl that they kidnapped was white too.
Yeah.
So what the f is going on here? Why would you take her like that and not say anything? Just, "You're coming with us." Like, what the fuck? Now they can just randomly pick up chicks, whoever they want, and there was like 7 or 8 fucking guys that were there bullying people just to take her away. I just thought, oh my God, this is so fucking scary. That is fucking scary.
That's the whole point, Michelle, is this is all so fucking scary that the cops just can fucking do whatever they want and get away with it. Act like, and if you fucking do anything to stop us, we will fucking kill you.
Yeah.
That's just
exactly, man. That's fucking scary as fuck. And it's almost giving me this eerie feeling, though. How that cop that pushed that old man, they had showed him the day earlier where he took a knee. They showed him. They showed the same fucking badge and all this shit, and they have him the day before alongside with the blonde cop on their knee, taking a knee, like, out of respect. And then the next day, look what he does. Don't buy that bullshit. Don't buy that bullshit. Get on one knee. When the protesters do it, it's awesome. When the police do it, you just remind us of what you guys fucking did. Don't take a knee, motherfucker. Don't take a knee, because we ain't buying that shit.
Well, go ahead and take a knee, but it's just fucking theater, It's not like it means anything to them at all. They're just doing a photo op. That's it.
Yeah. And then trying to fool protesters to, I don't know, a false sense of security, if you will, because I have this eerie feeling. It just it's calm right now and it's great and everything, but I don't know. I just feel like get ready for anything, because I just don't trust this government. I don't trust what the fuck they're doing. They talk about we're going to reform everything, from prosecutors all the way up. We're going to fucking do all this change, and I don't know. Nobody's really fucking stepping up to make this happen, So, I don't know. I just say protesters are really fucking brave, because they're facing off motherfuckers who are armed and very dangerous, So I keep praying for the protesters. Stay strong, stay peaceful, keep the dream, just keep fighting. We all know why we're out there. And if you don't know, then you don't want to know, and that's okay. Whatever. I mean, that's not okay. You don't even belong here in society, motherfuckers. But, so just be cautious. Just be cautious and watch what's going on, because They're saying if there was no pepper spray, the San Diego couple's right there saying it, and then you see footage of pepper spray that day. So which is it? What was it there? What are you talking about? Maybe this was a different day. Oh no, it says up there live. Like, okay, you know, somebody's lying, and as usual, they're saying it to the mainstream media to put it along. You know, everybody just know that everything's peaceful, and then you see people that are walking away from a protest going home are getting abducted right there in our streets. The fucking, scary. You know, like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. So, but I don't know. Well, all right, Mike, I'm gonna let you go and enjoy the show.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, and thanks so much for your help. It's very, very nice of you.
You earned it. I wish I could give you more, Mike, but I'm getting back on track, so I'll be looking out for you more, Mike.
All right, well, you just take care of yourself and stay cool, because we'll get through it. You know we will. We always do.
Oh, yeah, and I'll try to call in Monday after my first day at work, because I work second shift, so I won't get back till a little bit later, but I'll try to catch you tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll look forward to talking to you soon.
I mean Monday.
Okay.
Shit. Well, I better start getting my feet together.
All right, talk to you soon.
All right, brother. Good night.
Bye. And that's our buddy Michelle from Texas, and she is an automotive worker, and she works around robots, and it sounds like it is really hard work, man. It sounds like really hard work. You okay, buddy? Yeah, you doing good? All right. Okay, so we got Seattle on the bottom screen right behind me. Right above me is Los Angeles. We have Austin, Texas is looking mighty quiet. We got Louisville, Kentucky there in the split screen on the upper deck. And it looks like there's a lot of people in Louisville, and there should be a lot of people in Louisville on the street. The cops in Louisville are a serious, serious problem. Let's see. And what else do we got here? Next to me here is Portland, Oregon. It looks like that one's taking a dump. We got Seattle in the middle screen, and right up behind me is Seattle. There's Denver there. Denver looks like there's a few thousand people in the streets pretty easily. I believe that's Los Angeles up in the left, up there, up in the right above us. Let's see. I really hope these people, not the protesters, but the fucking cops, the real threat to all of us, the real instigators of the violence, I really hope they can stay cool. Because I don't want to see more problems. Okay? All the cops have to do is just stay cool with the peaceful protesters, and the second some kind of a looting or rioting situation happens, then you take care of those people. You concentrate on the criminal element, because these people are not those people. You can see them. They're just standing still, or marching, or speaking. Last night they were all dancing. Well, not all of them, but lots and lots of them were dancing last night, and that was freaking awesome. It's Friday night, you guys should be dancing. Come on, dance, dance, dance. Dance and dance and dance and dance and dance and dance and dance. I sure hope Louisville stays cool. Those people just have a really important reason that they are in the street. And they should be. They, again, are righteous protesters, you know, standing up against evil. I have a video. Do I have a video? Yes, I have a video about part of the reason the people in the street are in Louisville are in the street is because I have a video that explains that a restaurant owner, I believe he owns a barbecue restaurant, got shot there by police just like a week ago, right? The police used live rounds, and they fired into a crowd of people, and they shot this restaurant owner who had been serving them free meals for days. And that's a big part of why the people in the streets are in the street in Louisville, because the cops are out of control. It looked like there was a lot of people in Chicago. Oh, look, Alberta. It looked like there's a lot of people in Chicago. We should probably keep our eyes on Chicago. But I can play the video about the Louisville restaurant owner for you right now, and I'll be right back. I'm going to play that video. Where is that at? Louisville restaurant owner, right there. I'll play that one. I'll be right back. I'm going to go warm up my tea, and I'm going to take a bong hit for Al, because Al kicked down a donation on Dobbs for donation.
This isn't about a broken system. This is about a system that's functioning absolutely as it was designed. Unfortunately, that's meant to exclude some from it.
The state of Minnesota now investigating the role discriminatory practices may have played in the killing of George Floyd. It's the first investigation of its kind launched by the state. Thanks so much for joining us on Newsy Reports. I'm Lauren Stevenson, live in Chicago. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who you saw there, made the announcement just in the last hour. The state's Department of Human Rights has launched a civil rights investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department.
The Minnesota Department of Human Rights is filing a commissioner's charge of discrimination to launch a civil rights investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. The investigation will review MPD's policies, procedures, and practices over the last 10 years to determine if the department has utilized systemic discriminatory practices towards people of color. Minnesota has one of the strongest civil rights laws in the country. It is illegal for police departments to discriminate against someone because of their race. This is the first time that the state is launching a civil rights investigation into the systemic discriminatory practices of the largest police department in the state.
Governor Walz says he hopes this investigation will lead to reform in the state's largest police department. He also said he hopes to implement interim measures of reform as the long-lasting measures get worked out. Governor Walz says he recognizes his privilege and he wants to use that to inspire change in the state. Meanwhile, this was the scene in Minnesota today, 1 week and 1 day after the death of George Floyd. Now, 1 week after the death of George Floyd yesterday, his death at the hands of police in Minneapolis, David McAtee was shot and killed by police in Louisville. Now, Louisville police have released footage of the moments leading up to McAtee's death. We want to warn you, the video you are about to see contains graphic images. McAtee was a beloved restaurant owner in Louisville, and the day he died, he was serving food to protesters. That's him in the red. He was known for serving free meals to police officers. Police shot and killed McAtee early Monday. They said they were returning fire into a crowd that shot at them. You can see there, McAtee was hit. He did not fire at police. Officers did not have their body cameras rolling during the incident, and the city's mayor fired the police chief yesterday as a result. This is the same police department under scrutiny for the killing of Breonna Taylor in her home in April.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky. Some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want. All at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
That girl is so beautiful. Oh my God. I want a girl who laughs just like that. All right, Al, I got one coming up for you, bud. It's a good one.
No, he doesn't give a shit about that. If anything, he might make some money on that. He might have a lawsuit against the Buffalo Police Department as a result of the...
All right, what's happening there? All right, let's see. We are looking good here. We're looking good. Hey, Craig, I need you to find me a Chicago feed if there's anything on Chicago. I haven't seen Chicago for a minute. It looks like it might going to get hot there. So we want to make sure and keep an eye on Chicago. Okay, so this lovely, lovely, lovely dab is for Al. Thanks, Al. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Do it, do it, do it. Sparkle for me. Oh, look. Look. Oh. 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 Such a good one. What's up, buddy? There's my Boo Bear. There's my Boo Bear. You're so pretty today. He is so pretty. Got a bathie. He looks so pretty. All right, you ready, Al? Here we go. Woo! All right. Thanks, Al. That was a good one, buddy. Okay, again, we've got Seattle right here behind me. It's the same location they've been at the last 4 nights, 5 nights, which is just like a block down, 2 blocks down from the police station downtown. So basically, the cops are preventing the protesters from going to the police station. Okay, no Chicago. Craig doesn't have a Chicago feed right now. Maybe that's why we don't have one up. He'll keep his eyes open. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? No. Let me see. What do we got here? Okay. Okay, so we got Los Angeles right above me, Alberta, Canada above that. We have Seattle in the middle and right behind me, Louisville right next to me, and then Denver on the end, and Washington, D.C. above that, with Boston. I'm not seeing anything in Boston. Washington, D.C. had a lot of people out earlier, but I'm not seeing them now. Oh, there's a few people there. But Seattle has a fuck ton. Chicago has a fuck ton. LA has a fuck ton. Portland is packing them in again. Tens of thousands. And Louisville is looking beautiful. And Denver always looks beautiful. So you can buy mushrooms in Denver. You can, or at least you can possess them. I'm not sure you can buy them, but you can like possess magic mushrooms in Denver, and the cops won't do anything to you if you get caught with them. What's up, Pete?
What's up, G?
How's it going?
What's poppin', player?
All right, I am doing this thing. We're still live, and there's still people in the streets, Pete.
Right on, as there should be. There should be more people in the streets.
I saw some protesters, I thought, earlier in Providence.
Yeah, we were actually, for the first time, I got a notification on my phone that said, there is a curfew in Providence at this time, so make sure your ass is fucking indoors, which of course they're not. So.
Well, fuck them in their fucking bedtime, man. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, it's counterproductive to what they want to do. I mean, you're just gonna encourage more people to be outside.
You know, the more they push back on people, the more people will go, fuck you, you're not the boss of me. You know?
They really just don't get it. They just don't get it. That's been the whole point of these protests, hasn't it? The more, you know, they're trying to push us, the more it's just it's not going well for them. It's really not.
The more they act like we are the problem, and that's the only problem, that there's no other problem except for us, fuck, that is not going to turn out well for them.
Bro, I want to know what's going on with those bricks. Where did those fucking bricks come from? Did we get an answer to that question?
I posted a video about that, Pete.
Well, no, I saw the video, but I didn't really get any answers from the video. Where the fuck did they come from?
I don't know.
Apparently they were there before the whole Floyd protest even started in that one place in wherever it was, New York somewhere. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead.
We have enough of a fucking surveillance state at this point where I'm sure we could find some cameras to find out who's putting these bricks and stones around these neighborhoods and shit, where there's no apparent construction going on. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that, Mike? I want answers to these questions.
Look, there's a lot of weird questions to ask, but that's a good one. I like that question. I'd like to know about that too, and mainly because honestly, the Canadian news covered it, and they covered it in such a way as to act like, oh, there's nothing to see here there. But by them covering it, what they told me is that there's a fuck ton of people talking about this, and they want a better answer than there's nothing to see here. I can tell you that for sure.
Very kind of strange, man. Yeah. Just goes to show there may be more of a police operation behind this than we see. I don't need to tell that to you or anyone else who's been listening, but yeah, keep your noses up and try to sniff out that bacon because it's out there, bro, and it's trying to subvert this movement. So, let's be cognizant of that and moving forward, try to make sure we not let these motherfuckers try to make this movement look bad, Because that's some of the people out there that are rioting and looting and all that shit. A lot of it is, a lot of desperate people. Sure, there's criminals or whatever and gangs and shit out there, but some of it, cops, Yeah. Without question, I'm sure there's cops out there fucking looting.
Cops and other paid agitators.
Yeah, provocateur.
Yeah.
Provocateur.
Yeah.
If you're going to say the word provocateur, you have to say it with a French accent. One more.
Really? So,
provocateur.
So, did you watch any of those Inspector Clouseau movies that I recommended?
Inspector what?
Inspector Clouseau. A Shot in the Dark. You want to watch A Shot in the Dark if you can. It's so fucking good. I've watched it like 50 times, dude. Then you'll know what I think of what is a great movie.
Wait a minute. Slow down, buddy. I've had like fucking 7 hurricanes tonight. What is it?
A Shot in the Dark. Peter Sellers.
A Shot in the Dark.
Peter Sellers.
Oh, I was going to say Peter Sellers, motherfucker. It reminded me of Peter. Yeah, that was way back when you talked about that, bro.
I gotta give you time. I gotta give you time to watch the fucking movies. Others like you just told me about that last week, man. But yeah, I told you about it way back there. So you should have been able to have plenty of time to watch the fucking movie, Pete. Never mind, I'm just giving you a hard time, dude. That's the reason I just
talk about lots of things. Well, I love Peter Sellers, as you know.
Oh my God, you haven't seen A Shot in the Dark? You must. It's one of my top 5 movies. I'm telling you, Pete, I've seen it at least.
All right, I'm gonna watch it.
I've seen it at least 40 times. It's a great movie.
I'm gonna watch it. What year is that from?
I think it's like 1964 or 5, something like that. It's got Elkie.
I will definitely check that out.
It's got Elkie Summers.
Peter Sellers was fantastic. He was one of those actors where, like, every movie he was in, you didn't recognize him.
He did. He made a couple of movies where he played a whole bunch of different characters too.
He always inhabited the role like a fucking more than any other actor you've ever fucking seen.
He was great. He was great. Have you ever seen what's the James Bond movie where Woody Allen plays David Niven plays James Bond, and Peter Sellers is like a side character in that movie. He plays a photographer. What the fuck is the name of that movie? Casino Royale.
He was in Casino Royale? The 60s one. No?
Yeah, there was a 1967
the original one.
Yeah. It's a crazy movie, dude.
You're right, yeah.
I love
that. That was like a comedy.
Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy movie.
Who was the guy, Ian, the British intelligence guy who wrote the Bond novels? Ian
Fleming?
Yes, Ian Fleming. That guy was amazing human being. I love all the original Bond movies. The books are fantastic, but the movie, like the Connery movies, like Connery was great as Bond.
Connery, was an amazing Bond, and then Roger, what's his name? Roger Moore. Roger Moore could not fill Sean Connery's shoes.
No.
Although I did like the movie Live and Let Die, because there was all this all this boat chasing in the back swamps. It was really fucking cool, man. I like that one. It's got Jane Seymour in it too. I really got a thing for Jane Seymour.
Who was after Roger Moore though?
I
forget.
That Dalton guy, Timothy Dalton, or
yeah, he
was it that Pierce Bronson guy?
Yeah, he was the first guy who kind of made Bond kind of cool again.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't think anybody touched fucking Sean Connery.
Well, when I was a kid and I saw GoldenEye, that was amazing, and that was like a great video game too on the N64.
Oh, a lot of people love the James Bond video games for sure.
Oh yeah.
I do not know which one that is. I don't know which one.
Hey, cocksucker! I want to see a fat dab inhaled into your face.
Right now, at this minute, or?
I did also kick down.
Well, that's really nice of you, Pete. Thank you very much. Got to do a fat dab for Pete.
So at some point in the evening, I don't want to. I'm not about telling you what to do, Michael. You know me. But it's not
a good plan. It has not worked out well for many, many people.
Yeah, I know that's the last thing. The last thing you want to do with Mike.
So what's the plan for the weekend, man?
My plan for the weekend, I'm going to try to write some music because it's going to be rainy. I'm going to be inside.
I think it's going to be rainy here too. But I got to get the dogs out. They don't care if it's raining.
Yeah, it's Seattle, so
yeah,
that's what it does. That's what it does out there. It's going to be fucking hot as fuck and rainy, so yeah. I'll be inside and drinking like I normally do, trying to write some music. And, keeping it real.
Right on. Well, are you? So you said that you did gummies. Have you made gummies with your new batch of professionally done prepared coconut oil?
I haven't. I'm very, very anxious to see how it's going to come out.
I bet you are.
Because, yeah, it's been mixing the whole time. I only went for 4.5 hours, but, you know, I was using a calibrated thermometer where that shit was held at like 215 F, 216, 17, you know, for a whole 4.5 hours. So this should be a nice infusion. And it was sticky, icky, like literally.
That sounds.
Literally,
I
pulled it.
That sounds
proper.
proper.
Of the bag.
Dude. That sounds totally proper, dude.
I pulled it out of the bag before I grinded it up and decarbed it and everything. I pulled it out of the bag and the whole ounce just stuck together. It was so crystallized and just sticky icky.
It does sound pretty good. You're making my mouth water, dude. I'm so jealous all of a sudden.
Dude, I'm sure this is going to be a super potent batch. And even I had to scrape, I have a big coffee grinder that I usually just get the ounce and then I just throw it all into the coffee grinder and grind it up. And I had to get a fucking butter knife and scrape all the goddamn crystals that accumulated just all on the side. I just couldn't get it off.
What strain is that?
So sticky, icky.
What strain?
Oh shit, I don't know what strain it was.
Huh.
I always get it from my mom, and my mom knows this guy who's a cultivator, and all of his shit's good. I never. Sometimes he writes the strain on the bag, sometimes he doesn't, but I never really question it because it's always good from this guy.
It's so much better from the neighbor than from the store, dude.
Oh, bro, I'm working wonders.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Your mom is hooking you up.
Yeah.
Too bad she doesn't like the gummies.
Well, it's weird, people that don't do a lot of edibles, it's hard to get them into it, For some reason, people are kind of weird about it, 'cause
you should just give her a little jar of them, dude, for Mother's Day.
I've given her gummies, but I don't know. It takes people a while to get. I tell them dude, when I smoke now, I don't get shit when I smoke any type of cannabis. I get nothing out of it. Literally, I get nothing because it's to me the high from eating it is not even comparable to smoking it. Like when you smoke it, you're high for fucking 5 to 10 minutes and then it goes away. But when you eat it, you're high for 5 hours, and you're way higher than you ever would be if you ever smoked it. I don't know. People that are smoking weed are fucking up, if you ask me. You guys are fucking up.
Well,
stop smoking your weed. You're wasting it. You're wasting it. Learn how to make good edibles.
Look, I think that one of the things that, besides the COVID-19, I've been talking about the COVID-19 and the cannabis and inflammation and cannabis being anti-inflammatory, but they've also been talking about, in the articles that I've been showing, is that the resin can could kind of coat your lungs and add an extra protection to defend against the COVID-19.
Absolutely. So, how the fuck is the virus? That virus is not going to get through my lungs, bro. I have at least a fucking half a centimeter coating of fucking THC tar just coating my lungs. There ain't no way that fucking virus is getting through that shit. Good luck, COVID-19.
And that stuff is sticky, man.
No luck with that
shit. You touch that and you're stuck to it and you're done. You're not going anywhere. We're finished here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's some of the studies that I've been showing lately. That's one of the things that they've been talking about. So, but I agree. As far as eating it, that's the best way to go. If you're gonna use cannabis, the very best way to do it is by eating it properly, like Pete does it, or like I do it, or like so many other thousands and thousands of people do it, millions and millions of people.
Yeah, it's all about what makes these viruses virulence, or what makes them infect people, is the receptors that they actually have on their outer shell, So, and it's all about finding the right molecules that can bind to those receptors and either make them ineffective or completely disable them. So who knows? That's what cannabis is good for. We all know it fucking sticks to everything. It's like fucking activated carbon. So I bet you it does work. And I don't know. It's been working for me. I've been fucking eating plenty of cannabis, and I've been fine. But hey, what I wanted to ask you, Mike, was there was, I think I brought this up to you before. There was a cruise ship. A lot of these cruise ships got hit really hard with the virus.
Right.
And there was one cruise ship where they said that of all the people that were infected, they tested them, and 80% of the people that tested positive were non-symptomatic, were asymptomatic.
Uh-huh.
So I'm curious, and when you hear that, you hear a lot of stories about people that say, well, I had a weird throat thing that happened in December, and I had a weird chest thing that happened in January or whatever. Did you ever have a weird thing where you were like, maybe I got some kind of weird illness right now, and then it kind of went away?
No, absolutely not. And I really recommend for people not to be saying things like that, because the government's listening. And this is part of the reason I'm telling people not to go to the doctor. Because if you go to the doctor's going to want to test you for COVID. They get tested for COVID. There's a really good chance you will get documented with being COVID positive. If that happens, it goes.
I'm not telling people to go to a doctor.
It goes
at all.
No, I'm just saying. I'm explaining my position clearly, Pete. If that happens, that means that it goes on your permanent record. By that, what I mean is that the Pentagon has banned any soldiers from participating in the military, in the United States military, if they have ever tested positive for COVID-19. So this is not something that you want on your permanent record. So if you do not have to go to the doctor, need desperately to go to the doctor, I highly recommend that you do not go to the doctor. Go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, I say that too. Only go to the doctor if you absolutely feel like you need to, of course. But I'm just saying, I know a lot of people that felt like they had weird health issues that were kind of, out of the ordinary, and they kind of wondered what the fuck was that. Who knows? It could just be, my own mind playing tricks on me. But I don't know. I could have sworn I had a weird fucking chest thing in January.
Pete, I'm not saying. No, I'm not. Look. What I'm telling you is not to volunteer information like that publicly, because the government is listening and they want to get you on the list. Okay, so yes,
they can fucking blow me.
We've heard dozens, maybe not dozens, but we've heard quite a few people on this call-in show say that they had they got really sick in January and didn't know anything about COVID at the time, and now, looking back, that they think that was probably what it was,
Yeah, so did a lot of people.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We heard that a lot.
All right, well, who cares?
Well, I'm just telling you, Pete, look, you understand, they are putting everyone on a list, okay? If you test positive, your name goes on a motherfucking list, okay? And I'm not kidding about that, and that's one list. I'm on every fucking list, okay? But that is one list I'm not going to let them get me on, unless it's, kicking and screaming. Biting. I bite. Did I mention that?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly not advocating to be tested. I'm just asking, if you ever felt like you had any symptoms.
And I'm telling you, you should not be volunteering information like that publicly, so you know. That's all I'm saying. For those who can hear and understand what it is I'm telling you. It's none of your goddamn business. What are you, a fucking cop? You a cop now? You fucking met you one of these fucking trackers? Huh? One of those professional tracers? Is that what you are, Pete? Getting me on your fucking list, are ya?
No, bro. I'm just curious.
I'm giving you an example.
All right, jeez. Sorry, didn't know it was such a sensitive
You
subject.
don't understand the police state government that we live in still, do you, Pete?
I don't think that they're that smart, to be honest with you. I don't. I think they're all a bunch of dumb motherfuckers.
Well, they're a bunch of fucking horrible human beings. I'm pretty sure of that. But
I think you're too fucking paranoid, bitch, and I think you need to fucking chill out. That's what I think.
I've watched what they do.
And I want to see that fucking fat dab to the face. That's what I want to fucking see, Michael. Let's see that.
I got it ready. It's really pretty. It's got wings and stuff. Oh, man, it's so pretty, Pete. Looks
Rip
like
that bitch,
it
bro.
looks like the phoenix rising from the
I love
fire.
what Craig's doing on the screen. Oh, Craig, oh, wait. I thought he was expanding the... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I got excited. He was shrinking it down. Yeah, you should have the whole left side of the screen be that one protest. That's awesome. I love that.
I keep telling Craig we only need like 3 feeds up, but he's trying to keep his eye. He's trying to keep an eye on everything. If something happens,
that's fantastic. No, you guys are covering.
You know, if something
something
happens, it'll go full screen there. I mean, it will be like, okay, there's shit going on. We need to pay bigger attention. I think that's Portland. Is that Portland, Craig, or is that New York? Where the fuck is that? Does that look familiar to you, Pete?
No, it doesn't. It looks beautiful, though. I love how everyone's all...
There's a lot of fucking people there, dude. Dang. Does look beautiful.
Fuck, man.
Like
I've been so busy.
I bet it's
haven't
Minneapolis.
Had time to get out there.
I bet it's Minneapolis.
I'm so glad that there's actually people that fucking have time to fucking do this shit.
I bet it's Minneapolis.
Imagine, like, if people weren't so busy working, you know. A lot of people just are working too hard. They don't even have time to, as much as they want to protest, can't. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, the whole system is fucked, dude, and it's rigged, and it's meant to treat us like, you know, keep us overworked and angry and underpaid and underappreciated. And did you get your assistant yet?
She's coming back. She's coming back to work on the 22nd of this month.
Oh, good. I know that's important to you.
Yeah, it is. It's very important. I've been getting a lot of props at work, though. I'm like, you know, the grizzled soldier, you know, who's been in the trenches, like walking through the hallways. People are like, oh, shout out Pete, props to Pete.
Well,
carrying the people through the fucking darkness.
Pete, you know what you got to do is you got to make some of your fucking killer new batch of gummies and give some to your boss and say Happy Mother's Day, and it'll be like super strong, and she'll be like, oh.
Yeah, I got to get my mom. Dude, my mom's been fucking smoking weed. She's like 65 now. Mm-hmm. She's been smoking weed since like the 70s.
Me too.
And she fucking looks like $1 million. And she's still cooking. She coughs like a son of a bitch, but goddamn, she's still alive.
Right on. Well, I know you love your mom, dude. You talk about her a lot.
I love my mother. My mother's a fucking saint. My mother's a saint on earth. You don't ever talk bad about my mother, I'll fucking kill you.
It's not me who talks like that about her.
All right, I'm going to get going, brother.
Okay, I'm going to do a big puff for you.
Oh, wait. No, I want to stay. I want to stay to see you do this big puff.
Okay, I'll do a big puff for you. Here, I'm going to show. Let's see. What's going on the screen? There's nothing really happening on the screen just yet. Let's see. Okay, here's the dab station in space. Where are we at? Oh, look at this thing. It's like, oh, come on. Oh, there, look at that thing. Oh, it's like the phoenix rising from the flames. Oh, it's gonna be so tasty.
Yeah, it looks like a comet heading towards Earth.
All right, let's go back to the protest while we're heating up here. We are currently dab ignited. Woo! Flames! We have ignition. Let's see. So, no protest for you this weekend, huh, Pete? You sound like you really want to go, man.
Maybe I should. It probably would be a fun time. Check it out. I'll go down there with my skateboard.
They're gonna be watching you guys with the skateboard, so be careful. No crazy shit.
Fuck them.
You have a very good job. No crazy shit.
Fuck that, bro. Fuck that shit. I am not afraid to stand up to these motherfuckers. I'll fucking lose everything I fucking have to stand up to these cocksuckers. I don't give a fuck.
No, that's not a good plan. That is not a good plan.
I've had it, Michael. I've had it with the injustice. I've had it with the corruption.
Me too.
I've had it with the fucking bullshit. I've had it with these motherfuckers telling us what to fucking do.
You will be
in a much fucking stop.
You will
and
be
I've had enough.
In a much better position to fight it with the things that you have in place now than without them. And you want to be able to fight it always. So there you go.
I always will be. I'm only 33 motherfucking years old, son of a bitch. I'll keep fighting. They can fucking break my legs, I'll heal, and I'll come back, and I'll come at them even harder. And I can lose my job, I don't give a fuck, I'll get another one. Don't fucking matter.
Well...
What's important is that we stand up to these motherfuckers, man. This is bullshit.
And we are, but it's being done in this beautiful, peaceful way, Pete. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. I mean, it's really, they're
That's what I'm saying. Well, we need to see more of this and stay with it and stay consistent and, stay nonviolent among everything. But stay angry, though. Stay frustrated, because...
Look, the people are angry.
We need to show these motherfuckers.
Hey, Pete, the people are angry to the boiling point, just like you. Think about all the ones who don't have the good jobs, who don't get appreciated at work. You know what I'm saying? The people
I don't get appreciated at work either.
Who don't eat enough cannabis, right? Okay, so the people are angry. Right. They don't need to be more angry. They just need to do their best to stay peaceful, because that's the best demonstration we can make. Because there come a time.
Yeah, stay cool, people. Yeah. Stay cool.
Yeah.
And stay. No, I don't agree with that.
Telling you, that's the best demonstration we can make, man. Because what they want is they want to show the protesters as violent. What we need is to show the police as violent over and over. That needs to be the spotlight, Pete. You need to hear what I'm saying.
No, I hear you, bro. But there's a lot of people out there that are, legitimately angry as well. So, that needs to be addressed. And that's for reasons that are, very legitimate as well, because there's a lot of just injustice all around the board for everybody. So, that's how it is. And without these types of movements, it's never gonna fucking change. We need people out there that are speaking out and fucking getting pissed off about this shit. That's how I feel. I don't know. I don't want to tell people how to think, because that's not what I'm about. I don't want to tell anyone how to think. People don't agree with me, because I'm a fucking lunatic. So don't agree with me.
It's not that. Look,
think for yourself.
It's what I'm not trying to tell people what to think. What I'm trying to tell people is, and what I have told people again and again and again is, I don't want you to get into trouble. It's a motherfucking police state out there that can't wait to get their hooks into you, and there's goddamn cameras fucking everywhere, and they're gonna pick up and scoop up every single second of video they possibly can. Okay? And then they're going to investigate every single second of that video as much as they can. And anybody that they can press charges against, they will spend years trying to make that happen. And I don't want that to happen to you guys or any good people. So, because the police state is horrible. Okay? So, that's all I'm saying. Please don't get in trouble.
Yeah, don't get in trouble. I agree. Trouble is bad.
Austin looks pretty quiet. I took that dab for you. That dab was for Pete, everybody. Thanks, Pete.
That was beautiful, my friend. I enjoyed it.
So did I.
It's very anticlimactic though when you don't blow anything out.
Oh well, I thought I did. It was a big fat dab.
You're not supposed to though. I mean, that's the whole point of the dab, right? You're supposed to absorb it all.
Well, when you do the lower temperature ones, I think you absorb it a lot more. It seems like the higher temperature dabs come out more. But the ones you want are the lower temperature ones because they taste better.
Ideally, you should blow out nothing. That's what you should blow out.
They taste better. They're smoother,
It does look like a delicious treat. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh man, it's really weird when I get them on camera and they glisten just right. I'm like, my mouth just starts to water, dude. I'm like, what is happening? Pavlov dog. I want it. Well, thanks again, Pete. You should consider going out and checking out what's going on, because I know that just because you said that you really wish that you could. And I know that if you really want to, that you can. So.
Well, why not? I got nothing better to do. I'll go check out the protest scene and see what's going on.
There's a bunch of the last couple nights. There've been people dancing. This guy right here in Austin is playing the guitar.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like a fun time. Get out there, people.
Well, there's a lot of beautiful people. Take water. Make sure to stay hydrated, But there's a lot of beautiful people, and they're righteous, man. They're out there in the street for justice.
Yeah, right on. Seems like a beautiful thing.
It is to me.
Bro, I'll let you go because I've had way too many hurricanes.
Okay.
So I'll fucking let you go, bro. Have a nice night.
Okay, Pete.
Praise Allah. Thank your mom, blow your dad. Woko's daughter's hot.
Bye, Pete.
Bye, Pete. Bye.
That's our buddy Pete in Rhode Island. And if you want to go out and protest, go out and protest. But don't stay out of trouble. Please stay out of trouble. You don't want, number one, we want the videos of the cops, smashing the people's heads. The people who are just like the 75-year-old gentleman in Buffalo. And, they just pushed him down. He cracked his head on the sidewalk, and they just walk away. That's the picture that we want. We don't want them having pictures of us smashing windows with skateboards or bricks or anything else, or taking things. That's all they want. It's just a few people to do that. So. And that it's just scary, man. They're very violent. The cops are very violent. They hate being questioned. right? They hate people who act like they have rights. So, all I'm saying is, you don't want to give them what they're looking for, their cover. You don't want to give them cover. They're the violent, rabid dogs, and that's what we're trying to get under control here. And again, look at all these people. You see all these people? They're dancing. Again, Los Angeles is dancing in the streets. Tell me that's not a beautiful thing. All those people, there's probably tens of thousands of people there. They could just destroy the place. That looks like City Hall. So you understand? The people in Seattle couldn't be more calm. The guys in Austin are playing guitar. Hello, caller.
Hi, this is Wasik, and I tried calling like yesterday, but I had like some reception problems. But what I wanted to ask this yesterday, and was that because we were talking about like police brutality. Have you personally had issues with that, or unfairness, or false tickets, or just straight up bullying? Have you faced that with law enforcement in your past life? I mean, in any time in your life, whether you were younger or recently or whatever?
Yeah, I had some cops in Iowa smash my head. They were putting me in a cop car because I had an open container on the street after 2 a.m. or something. So they were putting me in a cop car, and they smashed my head repeatedly, into the cop car, trying to get me into it. And then I they profiled me in this neighborhood, acting like somehow like I'm like an unwanted element or something. I was walking back from the grocery store with 2 bags of groceries, and the cop pulls me over and asks me for my ID because I fit the description of someone that they're looking for, which is, I guess, someone with, a 2-foot long beard and 2 full bags of groceries walking back from the grocery store,
All right, so my experience was that I was with my friend. I live in Indiana, and I haven't been in Chicago in a while, and I just crossed a yellow light, which is the dumbest thing ever. They stopped me, so I'm all being polite. I'm not showing zero aggression, and what they did was they said that my license was suspended. Now in Indiana, since I don't drive that much, and and because I got tickets like when I was in my early 20s, this is like towards my late 20s, this is like a few years back, and so I was like, I got a perfect clean record for like all the way up until when I was in Indiana, because I just got sick of all these tickets, and I don't drive that much. I'm like not that far away from work, my house. So he's like saying, you're suspended. So they put cuffs on me. First time in my life. I'm not giving any aggravation, nothing. They put cuffs on me and they impound my car. And I'm thinking, what the hell's happening? And like, my car's impounded. He's like, they said exact words, you're suspended in Illinois, but you're okay everywhere else, which made no sense at all. So I called, what is it called, the DMV there, and they said the same thing. I'm like, what is this bullshit? So finally I'm freaking out. I'm thinking, what's going on? I'm getting all these letters from lawyers, which I'm wondering, I'm thinking now it's a traffic court. Why would I go for a lawyer? I'm that guy go. This is Cook County. So now you hear that, and you're like, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
They nickname it Cook County.
Yeah.
Like my dad always said, whenever you go to Cook County court, keep in mind you don't have any rights. If they let you go, whatever, just take what you could go and leave. Don't even argue.
Yeah.
Because I remember I seen a judge before that, like this lady judge. She was like, this guy had a video evidence that he did not make this mistake, and he's like, I'm ruling that you did. If you want to take a retrial, that's fine. So I'm like, I'm done. And then this other guy, this older judge, seemed at least decent. He took out the case right off the bat, and the cops just got away with it. So I'm thinking, they get away with bringing false tickets to people. They get away with it. It's like nothing happened. The cop wasn't like, okay, you're gonna go out with a state. There's no slap in the wrist, nothing.
Yeah, no, they get away with a lot worse than that. But yeah, no, they get away with everything, dude. Look, these are really light things compared to what happened to George Floyd. You know, I mean,
that's so true. That's so true.
You know, I mean, I had a cop point a shotgun in my face one time when I was working. I was working at a bank. Right, on a Saturday, the bank was closed. We were doing work at the bank, and whatever. Somehow we set off an alarm, and the cops. All of a sudden, I had no idea, and they're right there, and they had a shotgun pointed in my face. You know, we had. One night we were partying in Seattle, and we were over at a friend's house, and he had a balcony, right? And we had these 3 girls out on the balcony, and they were smoking a cigarette. They were topless, and they were smoking a cigarette, and the cops come up, and they shine lights on them, and they point shotguns at them, these 3 topless girls, and say, "Get your fucking hands in the air," right? You know? And they're just standing out on a private balcony having a smoke, you know? And it was because they saw somebody, one of the neighbors called because they saw us taking a computer out of the house and putting it into a car. You know, that was like 20 years ago or whatever. And, you know, and I've had other issues. You know, I had other issues, lots and lots of other issues. They're just not, they don't have any respect for the people. They don't act like, you know, in your case, all they see is that you're a revenue stream and the whole process, and that they can get you, you know, in their system. But, you know, basically that they're going to make money off of you, and you got nothing to say about it, you know.
No, and another thing is, like, me being, like, you know, Muslim and Pakistani, I can't, it's even harder, because if I, like, show even a little bit of, like, hey, what are you doing? They can label me as a terrorist my whole life ruined. That's another thing, like when it was, like, you know, that's another thing I think, like, I mean, everybody's got it bad. I'm not saying any one person, but let's say, well, as far as, like, even Sheikhs, which are not even Muslim, but they look similar, you know, because with the turban.
And they have beards. They have beards. They have beards too. So yeah, go ahead.
So I mean, like that's another thing. Like, you know, where let's talk of racism, but when it came to, like, you know, our culture, and that's nothing that's pointed out. When it comes to our culture, it's like, oh well, since like you have people like freaking, and I'm not trying to like say anything against like Southerners, because some of them are like family to me, because I live in the countryside of Indiana, but like, you know, you got these people that are gonna talk about religion, not knowing jack shit, and then they're gonna say all this crap, and I'm like saying, look, that's not true. I would know, you know what I mean? And then they're like, and it's like we're like living in a society. For some reason, they pick one. Let's say if they were going to war with Korean or whatever, and it's like their fair game to be as disrespectful and give them no rights. You know what I mean? But like that's the society. Finally, we came to this point where we know, like, we're fighting racism, and we're all deciding that, hey, this is crap, enough is enough, and it's no longer like about what color. It's we're all fed up with it. You know, I mean, even, you know, you're like white American. I don't know exactly what European part of your descendants, but you went through bullshit, and you seem like a peaceful guy. Like, you seem like, you know, back in the day, you were like a chill ass hippie. That, I mean, like, you know, chill ass guy just wants to smoke and relax, and you like to study. That's it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. That's probably the most. Maybe you like to eat a little bit, you know, whatever. But like, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, that's probably all you did. You don't seem like the guy that just wants to go out have a fist fight or steal or anything like that. So
yeah, no, I'm not. I don't want this trouble, you know. I keep telling people, I don't want you to get into trouble. It's so easy to get into trouble in this country, and then like somehow your freedom is like really fucked up. You know, like, you know, maybe it was okay for it to be illegal and for you to be able to smoke marijuana, but then you got in trouble, and now you can't fucking smoke marijuana anymore, even though it's still the same fucking laws, but you can't do it anymore because you got to piss in a cup every fucking week. You know, I don't want people, it's just, they want to do that to people so bad just to get them into their little fucking system. And I don't want people to have to experience that if they don't have to. You know, I mean, it's because you can live your life until they get you under their thumb, and then it becomes a lot more difficult to live your life.
And then there's another video, and I mean, I don't know if you've seen it before, but this is an old lady. It's like somewhere around like the 80 or late 70s. Okay, so I mean, over like a stupid thing like a crack on her taillight. So the lady's like saying, "Look, there's no point giving me a ticket. I can't afford it. So you know, I mean, just give me a warning, please." So he's like saying, "No, I'm not giving you." I'm like, I mean, where do you get this? If I was, you know, God forbid, if I was like in that law enforcement position and my chief even said, "You're gonna get fired if you don't give this lady a ticket," I'm like, "Look, I'm not taking food out of an old lady that they can't even afford medicine, perhaps because the healthcare system's so fucked up that I'm going to give her an $80 ticket. If it's either I'm giving a warning or I'm walking off the force." That is like any man that's like has a soul. And everybody will say, "Oh, that's perfectly okay." Stunning with electrocuting and beating up an old lady over an $80 ticket. Does the town need $80 that badly? Where $80 out of an old lady's pocket means she might not be able to eat. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, just give a little bit of patience. Give a month's work. You got to at least respect the elderly. And it's no longer even like black and white. I mean, that's a white old lady. You would think that could have been somebody's mother. You know? And then
probably was.
You know, like that got me shaking for a while, and that didn't even really get that viral. I don't know if you've seen that video. If you know, it's like an $80 ticket. She's like saying, "I can't afford this." And you know, the attitude. She's an old lady.
Yeah.
Their whole body's hurting.
Yeah.
Okay. They can, you know, and it's a young man that is probably like, in her eyes, all she sees is like, you know, because the age difference. Like say let's say a 20, 30-year-old man like bullying an 8-year-old woman, and that age difference, that's like a baby walking around with a gun. So she's not. So it's like a different perspective. But if he was like someone that's not messed up in the head, would have been like, "Hey, that's about my mom or my grandma's age." The hell, and let it go. I mean, if I was at that point, I'm like saying, okay, if it's like some 30-year-old or 40-year-old or somebody that looks like they have money, I'd be like, "No, you're paying this ticket, screw it." But I mean, you got some old lady. You're gonna let that you got some old lady, and you're gonna taser them, break her window, taser them, and even if she finally said, "Okay," she's like, "I'm gonna put you on a request," you're like, "Okay, I'll sign the paper." He's like, "No, we're beyond that. You're getting arrested." So she freaks out and drops off. She follows him, and then corners her into like, okay, so she's fine, panics, so she opens, and she's surrendering, and he tases her.
Yeah.
I'm like, what kind of animal are you? You know how much a taser would destroy an 80-year-old versus, I mean, you would know. I mean, this is common sense. So, I mean,
yeah,
like
you would know that could, you would know that could easily give an 80-year-old person a heart attack. Easily.
Heart attack? And then just imagine, that's like, so, and it's not even like a matter of black, white, that was a white woman. So, I mean, that's like, and I'm glad that you brought that up because it's not just, I think it's slightly more people of color, but it's still white people too. And it's like, that's why everybody's protesting. It's just to the point where everybody could probably, I could tell you if I was to protest, one person could tell one injustice that happened to them where they couldn't do nothing about it.
Well, yeah.
You know?
Did you see the 75-year-old guy in Buffalo, New York?
Yeah, I saw that. That's what I saw yesterday. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, this is what the cops are showing day after day after day, who the real threat here is. You know, I mean, and it wasn't no 75-year-old guy against those guys with the Imperial Stormtrooper gear. You know.
Even if they said fuck the police or anything like that, you're a grown man, and you could say like, okay, he's frustrated. Even if he said that, which doesn't even look like he said it, we don't know what he said, but he could say the most nastiest thing. It doesn't give you the right to like push him down to the point where he falls down. You can't have that much restraint where you're like, okay, he's frustrated. You know what I mean? It's like, and then another thing that I want to bring up that we all kind of know what the pay scale of police officers are. How come I'm seeing them in $500,000 to almost $1 million properties, having sports cars? They're selling drugs, and this is like a story that people say, "Oh, it's a myth."
Well, I've talked about this. I've talked about this again and again. Okay, the cops are working overtime. Some of them are working 200 100 hours a week. Okay, so they're working every minute of overtime they can get, and they make a lot of money. They make on overtime. They make a lot of money, and they do moonlighting too, because they always have offers for security patrol, security positions at concert venues and shit like that.
Well, like my theory is, right? This is an interesting theory because I mean, considering our technology, all the equipment we have, the fact that we have drugs, like really hard drugs that, and I'm not talking about weed. Weed is not a big deal, or shrooms, whatever. I don't care about that. But I'm talking about the really, like, fentanyl and, the new type of meth they have out there. It's like, we've got this other type of synthetic that has, like, a 50% chance of dealing. The fact that that's out in the streets shows that, like, like it's just, the way I see it is kind of like, crooked, crooked mechanic shop where they might like do something slightly messed up to the car, so you come back again.
Oh yeah.
Like the police force.
Yeah, the police is a lot like that.
So like I think that like those that they say, oh, it's a myth that they didn't spread drugs. Like in my town, a cop got busted for selling drugs that he finally he finally went to jail for, and then he just so.
Well, we've all seen the videos. We've all seen the videos too of them dropping drugs onto a person or onto a site or a car, to bust the person for, and they drop guns too, and other weapons.
And then another thing was in Chicago, and I don't know if they changed the rules of this or they just let it go. In Chicago, they made a law one year that says you can't record a police officer.
Yeah.
They're supposed to have a body cam on recording.
Yeah, there's numerous cities who have those laws. They are completely unconstitutional.
It's like, it's stupid because this is like when you get to like, first of all, like anytime you have a title enforcement, that word enforcement, I think of like taking rights, because now there's this theory that says that, oh, you need enforcement. But look at Slab City. I saw videos of Slab City. I don't know if you've heard of Slab City. This is in California. They're all living like family. Granted that they might have some issues. Things can get rough. It's just, you cannot rap professionals. That, I can't. But they don't have, supposedly, they don't have law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't, it's not zoned for it, So if, like, anything happens, they just, unless it's like a federal matter, then they'll chase into that. But other than that, anything, that's not a federal matter.
We really don't need the law enforcement that we have. I mean, if they just would, I've read studies many times throughout the last 2 decades that say 80%, as much as 80% of the crime currently in the United States is drug related. So if they just end the drug war, they just put if you want to get drugs, they're down at the fucking party store. You go down to the party store and you get your drugs there. Okay? If they just ended the drug war, and 80% of crime went away, why the fuck do we need all these cops?
I mean, and then like, another interesting thing I like to mention is that, I just say, shoot, lots of, actually you answered the question already. I had that in my thought, but, and I'm going to talk a little casual, because I think you're a cool dude. Well, you probably get that a lot. It's like, but I think you're a cool dude, like, now we're talking about casual. Now we do a little bit of politics. I love about your show, you can go from casual to politics, but have you ever did, because, you're talking about dabs, have you ever did, the freaking vape pens before? They're actually no joke. I mean, no, you think of vape pens, it's going to be, it's hardcore, believe me. You ever tried that before?
Lots and lots and lots of times, but I'll tell you what, I cannot get a puff that's anywhere close to what I get out of my dab rig. I have lots and lots of different dab pens. I've done reviews for dab pens on this channel, with really, really good weed, but you can't get anywhere close to what I can get.
No, not dab pen. The dab pens are like not dab pens. I'm talking about like the e-cigarettes, but they're THC e-cigarettes. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a word for them. They're pens.
Yeah.
Something pens.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm talking about. Not dab pens.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about that. Like that shit is. So okay, and then like before I go, cause
have you ever had a puff off of a rig like what I smoke out of?
No, like.
Okay,
like,
well,
I can't. You know, all about like the hardcore like type. Like I.
Yeah, I know.
It's like the shit you do. It'll just been like that's my one thing, and I'm done. You know, for
yeah.
Not
well, that's why I started smoking that in the first place, because I only do like multiple puffs on for kind of like theater on the show. Normally I would do one puff. I normally would do 3 to 4 puffs a day, all day long, from start to finish, all day long. But because of the show, it makes good theater, you know. But I'll tell you what, the difference between smoking a puff off of a rig like this and one of the dab rig, the dab pens, I can smoke those dab pens for a little bit, and then you know what? I have to have a real puff. So you should try one of these things if you get a chance.
Yeah, like you know, like another thing, and this not like a stupid question, but that was like one of those things. Like while I was working, I was kind of seeing your show, and I was thinking, have you seen Tommy Chong, or have you met him? I don't know why I have a feeling you did.
Craig has met Tommy Chong. I was telling the story last night about when I met Craig. Craig used to be a limo driver before his business became successful nationwide, business. And when he was a limo driver, he drove Tommy Chong around in the limo, and Tommy Chong invited him in for his show, which was, I believe, the Marijuana Monologues or something like that. And
so he got to get smoked up for free. Is that what?
I don't think he's. Craig is very, very professional when it comes to his job.
Oh, okay.
And he would not that he wouldn't want to party with Tommy Chong and Tommy Chong's girls, but he's not going to do it while he's driving Tommy around. You know.
Yeah. I can understand. Like, I mean, that I got respect for that. You know.
Yeah.
Like, it's like another thing, like, I was just like, I got married, and, I got a kid coming on the way, and, cause like last time I got my car impounded, it's like indirectly because of that, cause like the guys would think, I smell marijuana, and I was like a couple of hours ago out in Indiana, I threw a freaking joint, he smelled that, and I was like saying, okay, until,
vape pens work much better. Vape pens work much better for that. You don't get the smell on you at all. This is the
good at dabs of space.
Craig got a poster from Tommy Chong, and that's the ticket. Is that the Marijuana Monologues?
The Marijuana Logs. Yeah, that was with him and what's that one guy from Comedy Central that always gets really baked and blazes with those guys? If you look up the Marijuana Logs, there was him, the guy who was always on TV. I can't remember his name.
I don't know.
I'll look it up. He's got the crazy glazed eyes. Tommy was cool, and on the way home, he said, "Hey man, can we make a stop at the Seattle Mariners team store?" I'm like, "Really?" "Yeah, my son's a big MLB fan, and I got to get him a jacket while we're here." So we pulled up at the Marijuana team store, the Mariners team store, and he grabbed his kid a jacket, and he goes, "Did you see that naked guy walking down the street over there? Is that normal for Seattle?" I'm like, "It takes all kinds, brother." He goes, "Cool, man." We went to the airport. Tommy was Tommy. That was just him, man. He's not a fake. That's that guy.
You probably should have been. I wonder if that's my friend Mike.
Naked man. All right.
And then before I go, I just want to like bring up one more topic, because even I got like 90%. Like, I think that like one big issue. Like, all this protest is beautiful because, like, anybody that is really a bigot is now shaking in his boots, which it should be like that. And it's not just anybody. I don't care, brown, black, white. If you're a bigot, fuck you. And that's what I'm saying, because that's the dumbest reason to hate someone. But I think the biggest issue is that these protests never come to the small towns that actually are worse when it comes to this stuff. Like, because I'm in a town and they got a new mayor, and he's trying to like push all the minority businesses out, and he's trying their level best by making bogus suits. They made us lawsuits on us, and it made no fucking sense. Like they said that like we have to like comply to a code, which we couldn't because of coronavirus, and they said that we were not sending in the paperwork we needed to, and we did. And it's just obviously it's like it's so clear because even like friends told me, look, he's against you and he wants you out of this, and even the other friends that are minority business owners, he's bothering them, and like I'm like saying this is like messed up, and they're like arrogant. They're like, oh no, nothing's gonna happen. We're in a small town, and I'm thinking this, and then there's other people of color in small towns. It's not just all white people or whatever. But I think that's another message that like anybody that's in like a activist organization, not just focus on the big city, but kind of look into like the smaller towns that they need that actually more than anything, because not all of them, some of them are alright. It's just like some are, some aren't. But like mine, for instance, and it all depends on the mayor. Last year's mayor before him was a good person all around. I met him, I talked to him. This new guy, he's like, we're going to shut you down, and like, kind of like you just sort of buy things, like he just wants, he's like, we're going to shut you down, and you guys are nasty people and just really like degrading us. And they put on news like degrading stuff that wasn't even true,
Yeah.
Like I said, we have a motel. We have a motel. He says, oh, there's bed bugs. We have clear records from Terminators that we got all of that taken care of, and they're like saying, oh, they're just like being unfair. And then it got to the point where, because the mayor, the judge, and then the code enforcement, they're all in one team, because how is an unfair rigged game. And even our lawyer just stepped out. Don't think this case is going anywhere. Indirectly made an excuse, but we know what it means. And now to say this business that in the way and if you have any friends or family who know in business, like it takes both my parents 2 jobs, and we missed out on a lot of things financially, like didn't go on vacations, didn't get anything nice, to save up to get this business. So I remember my childhood, the sacrifice we took, because this is my dad's dream, and it's finally paying off. And that's why I got so angry about the looting, because I know how it feels personally, what sacrifices it takes to have a business. And here these guys are that did nothing for us or anything like that to help us or anything, had no help whenever anybody was acting rowdy. We had to figure it out ourselves. The police just didn't do shit. And now they're like acting like they ultimately care, because we gave a price point and a quality that we are full book for the most part. So we were successful, because that's the equation of success. You have some quality and you got a small portion of profit, you're successful. You pay your bills off. That's simple. That's universal code. And I am like frustrated because I got like there's a chance. They said that they're going to sue us for 25% of our profit, and if we don't pay it right away, that they're just going to take our business from us. That's fucked up. And when you don't agree, that's fucked up. And they're trying to like make us look bad, and it's all because it's all because of like prejudice, and it's clear, And you can agree this is clear. Everybody's saying it. And it's not just us; it's the other minority businesses, like 3 of them. The small 7,000 towns, 3 of them. They could just leave them a hell alone. They serve a purpose. But no, let's try our best to destroy them. And that's what I'm saying. Like us, and I gotta like probably seek out some activist group and ask them for help. Be like, hey, we got nothing. Like, can you help me? Like, we hit the streets and we let them know that, hey, with this discrimination is not going to be tolerated. We know we're going to expose you for what you're doing. That type of shit. So that's another thing before I close this. I love your show. I'm so glad that, like, you're like the most no bullshit person I met. Everybody's got some bullshit besides you. You say it how it is. And you got knowledge like a motherfucker. And you probably hear that a lot. You're like, oh, you're not the first person. But all I'm saying is that, like, for the viewers, you've got a really strong activist group, peaceful activists. Also seek out the smaller towns, not just focus on the big cities. They already got enough attention. So that's why I want to say that. And, you take your badass hit, and I'll get going, man. It's nice talking to you.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you, too. Thanks for calling. Call back soon, okay?
All right, man. You take care.
All right, see ya. All right, so everything looks pretty chill here. I think it's gonna probably be chill for a little bit. I'm gonna go check in with Craig and get a cup of tea, and let me see. I'm gonna play a little video here. Everything's chill right at the moment. I'm gonna play a quick video about Robert E. Lee statue being taken down in Virginia.
Next, the governor of the US state of Virginia has ordered a key memorial to the slave-owning Confederacy to be removed from the capital, Richmond. Ralph Northam said the statue of Robert E. Lee, who commanded the Confederate forces during the American Civil War, had to come down. The BBC's Tim Allman reports.
For more than a century, Robert E. Lee has looked out over the city of Richmond. But not for much longer. These protesters voiced their anger at what they see as an ongoing symbol of racial injustice. And state officials now seem to agree.
Yes, that statue has been there for a long time. But it was wrong then, and it is wrong now. So we're taking it down.
Robert E. Lee commanded the forces of the Confederate States in their rebellion against the North during the American Civil War. Some still think of him as a hero, fighting for a lost cause. But even his descendants have come to believe enough is enough.
This statue is a symbol of oppression, and if it is a symbol, it becomes an idol, and if it becomes an idol, I am convinced as a Christian that the idols must be torn down.
This issue is hardly new. Various statues and symbols of the Confederacy have been taken down in recent years. But the protests of the last few days over the killing of George Floyd have added an extra sense of urgency.
This is a surprise to us, but we're glad they're taking action and they're taking what we're saying seriously. So we're glad to hear that our voices are being heard finally.
The governor says the statue will be removed as soon as possible. But even when it's gone, the legacy of slavery will remain. Tim Allman, BBC News.
If this were a dictatorship, it'd be a heck of a lot easier. Just so long as I'm the dictator. If this were a dictatorship, it'd be a heck of a lot easier. Just so long as I'm the dictator.
I'm gonna leave the kitchen light on. I don't know if you had it on or not. Oh, it doesn't matter. You know. I mean, basically, the guy's a troll, you know. Robert E. Lee. All right. Let's see. I have some more videos, but we don't need to see more videos right now. I want to keep an eye on the protesters. Let's see. Seattle's got a lot of people in the street. What else we got here? We got that looks like LA, I think. Seattle. They can't be like that's somewhere else. Where is that at? Austin is fucking boring. Why'd they go off the guitar players? Those guys were cool. I like those guys. They look like they were rocking it. What is this thing going on in Portland now? That looks crazy. What is that? If that's a piece of art, I want it hanging on my wall. If anyone wants to call, the lines are open. It's 805-669-6397. You're welcome to call, and we can talk about anything that you like. Otherwise, I am so hungry. But we want to stick around for a little bit because this is the time of night when things have a tendency to heat up. So we want to keep an eye open just in case the police get all cray-cray like they have so many nights in the past. We're at Australia, Melbourne. Ooh, look at Melbourne rocking it. Nice. Welcome to the party, my Aussie brothers and sisters. Craig wants to marry an Australian girl. So if there's any out there that are looking, he wants to do that 90-day fiance thing with an Australian girl. So man, I do not know what happened to... I don't know what the fuck happened to Chicago. This is really pissing me off. Craig can't find any Chicago feeds. And there was so many people on the street in Chicago. And now there's no feeds coming out of there. I'm a little bit worried. That military Humvees in Louisville? Hello, caller.
Hey, good morning, Michael.
Hey, man, what's up?
I'm up. I just got up 10:22 on the West Coast. It must be at least midnight where you're at.
It feels like it. No, we're waiting, man. It's gonna be, hopefully, I think if we make it to midnight with no issues, that there's not going to be any issues. So, and the Seattle police have said that they're not going to use tear gas for at least the next 30 days.
Yeah, I heard that. I was laying down listening to your whole show. So I'm not really that concerned with the protest. I mean, I did hear something today that you didn't seem to cover, which was an Amazon warehouse in LA and a bunch of Amazon trucks. I don't know how many were set on fire. Craig could probably pull that up right away if he punches it in, but I thought that was pretty weird that somebody either it probably was a citizen or some kind of rioter that did that, but they're going after the big corporations now, and I know that the rich millionaires in the United States made a $500 billion off of the bailout so far. So that's so I'm actually more concerned with the ramifications of the bailout and this reset thing that people are starting to talk about, planetary economic reset, presaging the fucking crushing of the middle class. as if it wasn't crushed enough already. I'm more concerned with that than I am with either the virus or the protests, even though I'm totally in favor of the protests, and I don't think we can win unless we stay nonviolent.
Yeah. I think if we give them anything to focus on other than that, that's all that anybody's going to see. So, and that's all we have to do. And you know what will happen? There'll be plenty of violent episodes from the police caught on camera. So it's just a matter of if the media plays them or not.
Yeah, it makes you kind of wonder what would have happened if this guy George Floyd got murdered by cop at a different time of the year when there was no COVID-19 lockdown. You know, would they have made such a big deal about it? Was it advantageous for us to have been locked down for 2 months when this happened? It makes you kind of wonder how many of the people are out in the streets because they're protesting the entire corrupt system and just things being fucked up in general, in addendum to decades and decades of police violence. I wonder if there was no COVID-19, would we have seen a worldwide eruption like we're seeing right now? I don't think so. I think the two things are connected.
Well, they may be. I mean, it may be, again, it may be that, you know, they knew, this may be all big plan to get the people into the streets so that they can institute their martial law and blah, 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 you know?
That's what I hear. That I don't, I'm not there yet as far as that's, I don't have enough evidence to come to that conclusion. But a lot of people are talking about it, how it's, the riots themselves and the protests themselves are playing into the hands of the people that want to enact an even tighter police state. So I kind of think that this is an organic eruption from the people. And then you have an opposing force, the rulers, who are doing what they do. And there's no global plan other than, I think it's more likely that the coronavirus was part of a global plan, and the riots and protests are incidental. Because I'm more concerned with the pillaging of the global economy and what they're calling a planned global reset than I am with the protesters, you know, because they, 6-point-something trillion plus another 3 trillion, and I'm not sure what the status of the 3 trillion is. Do you know the second bailout? Have you heard anything about that?
No.
Yeah, so that's 10 trillion. If the second one passes, that's a lot of money that somebody's going to, you know, it's going into the pockets of the rich, and we got what, $1,200 for it, and that's a really weird situation. Never before happened in history. So yeah, I mean, of course I'm on the side of the people, and I'm watching almost as closely as you, but there's other issues too, like exposing the bioweapons industry, which is still going on. They're still fucking around with viruses in labs, and also wondering what we can do about the really rich powers that be that are making these massive amounts of money off of this global reset. You know, because nobody's talking about what comes next year. You know, what comes next year? Are the jobs going to come back? We all just going to, you know, just bounce back like nothing happened? I don't think so. You know, what's going to happen to the, you think the minimum wage is going to go up? I don't think so. I think the economy has been crushed intentionally, and the oligarchs have made massive amounts of money and that nobody's really talking about it. And I don't watch mainstream news, but I doubt if anybody's talking about it. If Dylan Ratigan was on the air, he'd be talking about it because he was talking about it 10, 12 years ago. You remember Dylan Ratigan?
Yeah. I saw him somewhere recently where he was. It looked like maybe he had his own show, but I can't remember where it was now.
No, he's frequently on that comedian show. What's his name? He doesn't have his own show, but he's a frequent guest on other shows. But, you know, he was the only mainstream reporter at the time that was, during the time of Occupy Wall Street, that was bitching about, you know, the $700 million that Obama gave out, you know. So here we are. This is phase 2 of that. What was let's see, was it 700 million? Yeah, it started out at 700 million, then it turned into a larger amount of money. I want to say trillion, but I don't know if it went into the trillions. And now we have 6-point-something trillion plus a potential 3-point-something trillion that apparently hasn't passed Congress yet. And worse than that, I don't know, 40% of the businesses are shut down. That's a big deal to me, you know, because I plan on staying alive, and I would like to see people make money. And every time they take advantage of a crisis like this, we don't get more rights, we don't get more money, we don't get more free, we get less rights, less money, and less free. So, you know, I don't think too many of the protesters are thinking that far. They're just thinking, hey, I want to walk down the street without getting shot or beat up or searched. I think that's their fucking motive, you know.
That seems like a pretty good first step, really.
Yeah, it's an excellent first step, but I don't know, man. It's like, you know, after living, you know, I could drive through the streets of LA in the 70s, and I wouldn't see a cop except for every 2 miles. And nowadays, I live in a total country area. You know, I'm out in the country, and I can hardly drive 2 blocks without seeing a cop. And there's no crime here. So we're, you know, it's like the police state has ramped up 10 times in my lifetime. And that's, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of young people should be thinking as if they're in a three-dimensional chess game with the government and with the oligarchs. And that's the only way we're ever going to even hold our own against them, because there's less representation now in this corrupt system than there ever was. You know, back in the old days, you might have you know, out of the 100 senators, you might have had 2 or 3 good ones. Nowadays, I don't think we even got that. You know.
Yeah, we're fucked. But these people, you know, this is what's happening now in this moment with these people is amazing, and they're incredibly brave, and they need to be given the credit that they deserve, and the support. So, you know, I mean, it's like I want to focus on these people while they're, you know, in the street standing up to a heavily armed, trigger happy, you know, police state that can't stand to be talked back to. So, because I think that's important right now.
Well, it is. It's not just admirable. Everybody I know admires these people, and they're doing a great job of staying nonviolent too. But it's the top news story. And since I don't watch MSM, I don't know how. I can only imagine how the MSM is trying to spin it Are
Well,
they still
the
fixed?
fucking MSM isn't on the street with the protesters anymore, really.
I'm sure they're trying to spin it.
And they go off the air at fucking like 8, 9 o'clock at night. So
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to think in the long term. What's going to happen next year? Because
I gotta focus on what happens right now for the moment, dude.
Yeah, well, we're just two different kinds of people. I mean, I can dig that it's cool to go where the action is, and that's right now out in the streets of, I guess you got 8 cities up there. Yeah, man, we're in uncharted waters as far as the economy goes. But you know, what you say does ring true. I mean, you say we'll get through this. You know, it's like it doesn't even. You know, we don't have plagues of locusts here killing our crops. That's one good thing. So
it could be a lot worse, but that's not the point. The point is that we go through this kind of stuff. You know, 9/11, whatever, SARS, whatever. You know, garbage bullshit, and we get through it. Okay, that's what we do. We really don't have an option. So we're going to get through it, and it's going to be okay. You know how I know it's going to be okay? Because it always is. It may not be my dream outcome of what I was hoping for, but it's okay. You know?
Yeah, I hate to see the loss of rights increase. Every calamity, every tragedy, every 9/11, they take a little bit more from us, and
in Seattle, that's not what I see happening, you know?
Well, you're right. That's why these protests are important, is because they are making a positive difference. And I'm totally surprised. I guess this is day 11 or day 12 since, so that's like cool. I mean, that's unexpected that these things could go on so long and not just maintain their momentum, but increase momentum. You know, that's pretty amazing.
Well, you know, I mean, again, all that has to happen now is for them to fucking dump a fucking tear gas in Portland. They're not going to do it in Seattle. They've already said we're not going to use tear gas in Seattle on the protesters for the next 30 days. So it ain't going to happen. But they drop a fucking tear gas in Portland, or they drop some tear gas in LA, and what's going to happen tomorrow and the next day and all weekend long is going to be 10 times as many people as there were today. So all they got to do is let the people march, act like they have a righteous reason for being there, and get the fuck out of their way, and it'll be fine. You know, that's what's happened in Seattle. And listen to them, right? The people in Seattle said, you know, end the fucking curfew. 3 hours later, the mayor ended the fucking curfew, you know, because it's stupid. And you know what you're doing? You're making us so that we have zero respect for you and that we have to show it. Because you know, we're not gonna play that game where it's, you know, you tell us what time we can be in or out. You know, it just is, for no reason. It's fucking, you know, so the end of the curfew, they said they made a big deal out of the badge numbers, man. You know, the next day the police chief said, okay, we're going to show the badge numbers. They made it, and now they're not going to show, they're not going to do the tear gas anymore. You know, I mean, it's pretty amazing to me what it is they've accomplished in the last 3 days.
Yeah, I agree. Seattle is definitely leading the way amongst all the American cities, making the most progress.
And it's this shining example of where when you don't use the tear gas, the people aren't gonna, you know, they don't have a problem. And there's this little group of people who late at night start to set fires in the street in trash cans and shit, right? And I mean, it's so easy to see who those people are. Because they're like, it's late at night, everybody else has gone home, and they're just like, again, you don't have to, at that point, you don't have to police really anybody, and you see who the troublemakers are, you just go grab them, boom. You know, it would be very easy to take care of it, and thank God that they're saying, you know, they're not going to use the tear gas, because that's number one, man. You drop the tear gas, 10 times more people tomorrow, so.
I did hear you say while I was napping that the ex-wife of Umbrella Man came forward and identified him as a cop. Do you got anything on that?
I don't have it right here. I saw something on Facebook about it.
Huh. Okay, because I haven't seen anything about that, but that's a pretty fucking big piece of information. It's pretty damning to the police departments, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, do you happen to know, I'm looking at your screen, you happen to know where those people are all barricaded off in Portland? Is that in front of the mayor's office or what?
In Portland, there's like a big park there. I think that they're in the park. There's like a big park downtown. I'm pretty sure that's where they're at.
Yeah. You even got it going in Australia. It's fucking, obviously it's daytime in Australia, so fuck.
Man, there's a lot of people there.
Yeah. It's, I would call it a crazy world, but I think, the most sane people in the world are probably out in the streets right now, you know?
You know what, those people are, I really am so proud of all those people. You know, I mean, they're standing up for the right thing. That's the whole point. You know, and the people who don't get it are just, it's just whatever. You know, fine, don't get it. You know, live with your head in the sand.
It's historic. It's pretty historic, and you know, it's amazing that they actually made more progress than Occupy Wall Street did. And Occupy Wall Street was around for about a year, and this is a 10, 11-day event so far. So that's pretty amazing, you know. I would hate to see the next one. If there's another one in 5 years, I think the next one's going to be bloody. That'll be the last one, you know. That'll be the Great Revolution, you know. So let's hope they enact some actual changes where police realize they're not policing.
Well, you know, in the first 10 days of Occupy, it was pretty much just in New York, right?
Right.
So this, I mean, this is everywhere instantaneously. So if this continues to grow like Occupy did and last a fucking year, there's gonna be some fucking changes. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's the hope. Is that it won't peter out. It has sustainability, and it will result in changes because it's a long time coming. You know, you had black people bitching before the 60s even started about, you know, I'm a man, you know, lynchings and hangings and false arrests and beatings, and you can't vote here, and you can't sit in this restaurant, and
signs everywhere, signs.
Yeah, right.
Blocking up the scenery.
So I took off my hat and said, imagine that.
Me working for you.
Yeah, I love that. I don't even know the band, but that was a pretty cool song. Well, I'll let you go, Mike. It's kind of, I'm going to get some soup and watch a movie and chillax on my Friday night.
Right on. What movie are you watching?
I don't know. I'm one of these weird guys that watches about 10 movies at the same time.
Oh, okay. I got Scoob. You know, I'm going to go watch Scoob. I got Scoob.
Scoob?
Yeah, it's the new Scooby-Doo movie.
Oh, Scooby-Doo. Okay, yeah.
It's called Scoob. It's called Scoob.
Have a good weekend.
Okay, you too, man. Good to hear from you. Stay cool.
Yeah, take care.
That's our buddy Michael from Southern California. Let's see. How are we doing here? It looks like everybody's chill. Look at the beautiful people in Australia. What beautiful people they are. And they are in Seattle, and they are in Portland, and they are in Los Angeles. And everything is completely peaceful. Completely. Couldn't be more peaceful. How much more can you ask for? You know? And yet tomorrow, all you're going to hear about is about how violent the protests turn. How the protests turn violent. Looters and rioters in the street. And we have to get the military out there. We must take control of this immediately. These are peaceful protesters. What is it you need to take control of? The peaceful protest? You need to make sure that the peaceful protests are shut down? Is that what you want? Sounds like it. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that you want to shut down the peaceful protest, Tucker. Fucking scumbag. I don't think I can ever watch Tucker Carlson again after the way he's talked about the protesters. I just don't think I can. Ever, ever, ever again. Not after how he talked about these beautiful, brave people, these proud Americans and Australians. These are not bad people. And all you hear on the news right now is about how they're bad people. Violent, bad people. Trump labeled the protesters across from the White House today terrorist. One of his personal attorney wrote a document in which it said that the protesters were terrorists. And then Trump tweeted that document. Okay? So basically, that's what Donald Trump thinks of brave, proud Americans standing up in the proud American tradition and going into the streets and demanding that their voices be heard by their representative government. That's what he thinks of your rights. That you are now a terrorist because you are exercising your rights. That's what Donald Trump thinks of beautiful, righteous American brothers and sisters. That's what kind of scumbag Donald Trump is, so we're clear. And if Joe Biden is acting anything otherwise than that these people are a problem also, then he's full of shit too. Because we've seen what Joe Biden does. You must vote third party. No D's, no R's, third party only. I's, G's, P's. Pirate Party is my favorite. I don't think there's a whole lot of Pirate Party members here in active politicians in the United States. But I will be Pirate Party today, Pirate Party tomorrow, and Pirate Party forever. Fuck copyright! How do you think I got the Scoob movie? Fucking pirates. I hang out with pirates. That's how. Not gonna pay for that shit. Craig wanted to buy a movie the other night. We're like, we don't do that. What are you talking about, buy a movie? Hello, caller.
Hey, Moxie. I felt like calling. You're like right on the wavelength, man. I just wanted to. I totally get it. Like when you said the Tucker Carlson thing, I was thinking the same thing, bro. There is like the right wing is trying to create a setup to get this whatever agenda they want to, and your vibe is just that is the neutralizer there. It's incredible, bro. It's like the media it's so radicalized.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. All you have to do is look at these people and see that they are completely peaceful. And not only that, but that they are in such numbers that they could easily destroy the police if that's what they wanted. They could easily torch
Really
any
incredible.
fucking city on the planet. And that's obviously not what these people want. So how in the hell can you paint them as anything other than beautiful, proud Americans, you know? Incredibly brave, standing up to this
Incredibly
ultra...
brave.
Yeah.
Incredibly brave.
They've seen what happens to the people who go into the streets with these fucking rabid dog cops, you know? They're fucking so brave, man.
Yeah, they're in the middle between two sides. It's yeah, man. It's yeah, we just got to keep marching. Just got to keep marching.
It seems like to me that the people are, it's not going to slow down for a while. It looks like, you know, it looks like in communities across the country, they want to see reform. And if there's not, you know, massive reform, I don't think these people are going anywhere. You know, I think most of these people probably, you know, are very, very dedicated. Like I said, they're incredibly brave. You know, you get down there on the streets and face off with these rabid dog cops.
Absolutely.
You got to be pretty fucking dedicated. You got to believe in what you're doing, otherwise, because you're not going to just go down there to fucking, you know, I want my candy or whatever, you know.
Yeah, very tough because they're dealing with these radicalized point of views. I mean, everyone's just so. We're like at such an extreme that we just throw profanities. But yeah, I think they should pace themselves. I mean, go a whole year. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying with Michael about you know Occupy. When Occupy started, you know, which Occupy was one of my proudest moments. But when Occupy started, for the first month or so, it was really just New York. You know, and then all of a sudden, when the people in New York started getting treated fucking like you know, like we gotta bloody these people's heads, and you know, then all of a sudden it was everywhere, and that's what you know, that's what I'm saying. You know, with these people, all you gotta do is let them protest, and you know, recognize that they have a reason there, and listen to what they're saying. But if you drop tear gas on them right now, it's just going to get so much bigger, dude. And just like a couple nights ago we were saying, and then they dropped tear gas on them, and it got so much bigger.
Yeah, just gotta keep feet on the streets and just ask for real reform. I mean, we've got to change this whole system from the roots up. Got to clean house.
It's broken. Yeah, it's broken. It couldn't be more broken. It couldn't be. You know, there isn't justice. You know, there's. You know, if you have money, then you're not gonna have anything to worry about. If you don't have money, your world is fucked. When it comes to dealing with the cops,
easily feed the planet. We could easily.
You know,
everyone could flourish.
If we could just reprioritize things, I mean, from what, you know, I've seen with the COVID and the, you know, the pictures of like the pollution, the air pollution, like dissipating in just like a few months. Those pictures, the pictures of like dolphins swimming in the canals in Venice,
right,
you know,
the animals going into the cities.
Right, stuff like that. When you see that, what that tells me is that we could heal this planet if we really wanted to, and that for some reason it doesn't even seem to be like on the list. You know, I mean, we want to argue about whether there's climate change or not. Fuck it, who cares? Let's just heal the damn planet. You know.
The scientific community captures that narrative to be concerned about the planet, and it just gets milled through their scientific lens and bureaucracy, and it loses all this value, and it never gets done. I mean, we gotta respect the atomic nature of our very fabric, our environment, our molecular, our cellular. I mean, the chemical industry has, just gone kabuki. I mean,
It's again, we've got to get we've got to we got to realize that the actual real technology and science is in nature. That's where the genius is. That's where we should be trying to figure things out. And I don't know, we're crazy people.
We are crazy, but a big part of why we're crazy is because we're taught from the time that we're little is that we're separate from nature. That we're actually at war with nature all the time.
Right, man.
So, I mean, we can't look to the people that we're, the thing that we're at war with for our answers. That's idiotic, man. So, and that's one of the things that makes us crazy is not knowing who we really are, which is, part of nature. Really, we are the superheroes on this planet. People love these superhero movies. People love the superhero movies, and the reason they love the superhero movies is because that's who we are. We are those people, and we're the ones who have to fix everything that's wrong and protect all the little species on the planet because they need our protection at this point, especially.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's I mean, of course, it's appalling that people know this and they trap this drive into their fucking superhero entertainment, whatever craziness. Somehow they've just grabbed that drive and they've taken all the children astray. Incredible stuff. It's just, it's incredible stuff, man.
Yeah. Well, again, from the time we're little, they just start programming us and beating. Like I posted a video a couple months back about that children are born with empathy. Like when they're 1, 2, 3 years old, they just want to share anything good that they have. They're like, here, check this out. You should have some of this.
Dude, the emotional intelligence of a infant. You see what I'm saying? The emotional IQ of an infant and child is way higher than adults.
Yeah. They're filled with empathy. They're filled with empathy. That's my point.
Incredible. It's incredible.
And from the time they're little, like that, like 3, 4, 5 years old, it just gets beat out of them. And basically, empathy becomes this thing that is of little to no value, really, whatsoever.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
It's absolute. Incredible. I mean, I hope your take survives through time, so maybe it can help future generations. Just incredible stuff, man. I mean, I'm blown away. Your vibe is right on it, man. I wish you sending the signal out there so people are getting it, man.
Well, I think these people deserve all our support. I think that these are really brave, beautiful people with a very righteous reason for being in the street, and that we should respect that. I mean, this is the proud American tradition of going into the street.
Absolutely.
How can you look at it? That's this thing about Tucker Carlson, man. He acts like, America. Fuck you. You hate freedom, Tucker Carlson. To paint these people like somehow villains and evildoers is disgusting, and you hate freedom, and you've shown yourself very clearly.
You got it. He's showing himself. You know what I've been noticing is like both sides make moves, and when they make like big moves, you can see them. They expose themselves out of the narrative. I don't know what it is. They come into the light a little bit, and I am seeing this move by this right wing. And it's terrifying, brother. I mean, it is terrifying.
They love their police state, man. When Donald Trump says, we love our police, what he's saying is, we love our police state.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget.
We love the society we've created. There's nothing wrong with it. This is the best ever.
It works so good for us billionaires, you have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. We're keeping this. We're moving on.
Status quo forever, baby.
Yeah. Wow. Man. Ain't gonna happen. Won't happen. Can't happen.
Hey, what's your name?
Eric.
Eric, it's good to hear from you, bro.
Yeah, Moxie, for sure, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you for setting me straight, brother.
I'm just trying to do what I'm a really simple guy, and I started doing the YouTube like 17 years ago, and
Yeah,
17 years ago I was telling people, the lines have been drawn. Either you stand on the side of freedom, or you stand with the police state. It's your choice. And I have not, and anybody who thinks somehow I'm all of a sudden triggered and I'm buying into this divisive bullshit, well, that's what I was saying 17 years ago, and anybody who's been around since then knows it's fucking well true.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You just got to follow the police state. Just follow the boot imprinting, on society.
Yeah, you stand on, it's just, look, the lines are drawn. Either you stand on the side of freedom or you stand on the side of the police state. And I've been pretty clear about where I stand from day one. Not with
and
Bush.
The real
my
real
first my very first YouTube page was called Not With Bush, because he was saying either you're with us or you're with the terrorists.
Right.
And I was like, not with Bush.
I thought Bush. I didn't think anyone more dumber could be than Bush, but Biden is, that is incredible stuff that they have pushed Biden through. That's just the power, the arrogance, the ignorance, it's incredible.
How in the hell can that possibly be the best the Democrats have to offer? How in the hell, man? What, are all your people suffering from dementia? So you think, oh yeah, this is the perfect guy for us.
Yeah, right. and I don't know how they're going to do it. Maybe they'll bring out a clone. I don't know. But I'm thinking they're trying to keep him in the bunker until the actual election. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Well, right before the election, like say September, October, they're gonna let him out, and then like in September he'll have some kind of fucking brain fart, and they'll go, "Oh, Joe, your brain just isn't working right anymore," and we're gonna have to bring.
They can do anything they want.
We're gonna have to bring in Camilla. And that's how out of touch these people are, because they're going to bring in the one black woman that can't get more than 1% of the black vote.
It's just the outright arrogance. It just shows like one of the techniques of evil, and what evil does at this level, it just keeps doubling down.
Yeah.
It never changes course. It never apologizes. It just keeps doubling, tripling down. And it knows that there's a gigantic memory hole with most of the people that are watching media and being programmed. There's a certain type of memory hole that they can do stuff and then wait 5-10 years. It's in a memory hole. It's incredible stuff, man. I'm flabbergasted each day, really.
It's some amazing times we live in.
Yeah, absolutely amazing times. All right, bro. I didn't really have too much to say. I just want to say thanks.
It's really good. It's really good to hear from you, Eric.
Yeah, you too, brother. Peace.
All right, stay cool. See ya. And that's Eric. Let's see what time we got. We got 11 o'clock. So 11 p.m. Pacific time. Everything is chill. Everything is chill. Look at all these beautiful, peaceful protesters all around the world. No problem. We're good. So we'll give this a few more minutes and see if it goes anywhere from here. Let's see, we're doing Dabs for Donation Friday, so if anybody wants to kick down a donation, I will be more than happy to do a big fat dab in your name. If you want to do a donation, the donation links are in the chat, or you can find them in the description box of this video, or you can go to moxnews.com, and it should take you less than 2 minutes to put a little something in my bowl, which, you know, if you can just kick down for some pizza, that would be really super generous of you. You know, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, and it's all about trying to get your voices heard. What is that?
Whipped cream.
Oh. Here, we got the Boo Bear camera.
Here, is it on?
There's the Boo Bear camera.
He gets a treat. Here, yeah, there.
Oh, he loves that. That's homemade whipped cream. He's gonna get his nose stuck in there.
Is he on camera or no?
Yeah.
Is his face showing?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my Boo Bear.
There's the whipped cream.
He is one lucky Boo Bear. Looks like Winnie the Pooh. Winnie Pooh. Okay, so again, if you want dabs for donation Friday, if you want to kick down, it'd be awesome. Otherwise, Winnie the Pooh is sucking up some whipped cream, and the protesters are looking good. I know they're not going to use the. What happened? What happened, dude? What happened? Okay. The protesters are looking good. My Boo Bear's looking good. What kind of car is that? Is that a cop car in Portland? That's not a cop car. They don't got lights on the bottom like that. That's a pretty sick looking ride. Is that a Camaro? Let's see, where's my Winnie the Pooh Bear? Winnie the Pooh. You silly old Boo. You grumpy old Boo Bear. What happened here? Grumpy old Boo Bear. That's not it. What's happening? Why does this keep happening to me? Oh, man. Let's see. We do it that way. Not like that. Oh. Thing is so weird. Oh. There we go. Alright. There's my girl. She's like, wait a minute. What's happening? There's something happening in here. What's happening in here? Hi, girl. You're my girl. You're my girly girl. Isn't she a pretty girl? Look at what a pretty girl she is. That's my girl and my Boo Bear. And my Pikachu. And my little Pika. Pika. And here's all my protester brothers and sisters in the streets dancing. They were dancing in Los Angeles earlier. Last night we watched them dance in Oakland. And we got them in Australia and Sydney. Sydney and Brisbane. Let's see, and Seattle and Portland, and we are good right now. We are good, and they look so beautiful. Don't they look so beautiful? All right, I'll be right back. Oh, you gotta go stare at your dad. You go stare at your dad. Go on, go stare at your dad. Go on. such a lucky Boo Bear. All right, I'm back. The Boo Bear is going for that cup. He's like, look, where's the cup? Give me that cup. I'm not done with that. Give me that cup. I want that cup. Give it here. I'm going to get my face down there. You are such a funny old Boo Bear. You are such a funny old Boo Bear, you are. Hey, look at this. Look at this, Boo Bear. Your face isn't stuck in there. He's got his face down in that cup as far as he can get it. Can you see? He's got his face pressed down into that cup. He's just like, I can get that stuff. I can get that little bit down in there. I can get it. He is such a funny Boo Bear. He is such a funny... You are such a funny Boo Bear. Alright, let's see what we got here now. Alright, so we'll go for a few more minutes here. Everything looking chilly. If anybody wants to give a ring, the number is 805-669-6397. You can call anytime. We can talk about whatever you want. These are the Seattle protesters and your Portland protesters. And it looks like we have Brisbane and Melbourne up there. And I'm not sure what else. Oh, Los Angeles. So... it is going on, people. That must be Seattle. We'll keep an eye on here for a few. I am getting hungry, but we want to keep an eye. We know they're not going to use tear gas in Seattle. We pretty much know they are not going to use tear gas in Seattle. And even knowing that, the people stay completely calm and don't riot. Oh my God. They know they're not going to get gassed if they riot, and they don't riot. Oh my God. You have to use an iron fist with these people. Isn't that what we're being told? You have to use an iron fist. You have to push them down hard. Yeah. That's not going to work out very well for you, as the Seattle police learned yesterday and the day before when they pushed back. Actually, yesterday they didn't push back at all. Yesterday they gave in. No more curfew. And we'll show our badge numbers. No more tear gas. Something else too. There was some other big thing that they accomplished, and I'm not sure what it was. I can't. Let me see if I got it written down here. Badge numbers. Let's see. No, I don't see it. There was something else, though. There was some other big accomplishment that the protesters in Seattle accomplished in the last couple days, or at least I felt it was a fairly big accomplishment, along with the tear gas and the badge numbers and the curfew. I thought there was one more thing that I can't remember at the moment. Look at this boomer. Look at him. Hey, what do you got over there? What do you got over there? What are you looking at? Hold on. Wait a minute. Just hold on. Look at this Boo Bear. Boo Bear. Hey, what do you got over there? What are you doing over there? What is it? What do you got? Let me see. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Oh, you got a big old cup of stuff? Oh my God. You're so lucky, Boo Bear. You're such a lucky Boo Bear. You're my beautiful baby. Boo Bear. You're my beautiful baby. That is one happy Boo Bear, in case anybody's wondering. That is a very, very happy Boo Bear. He got a bathy earlier, so what's he not? You know, he's feeling pretty good. I will bet you money they don't tear gas the protesters in Brisbane or Sydney. I'll bet you money on that. And I'm pretty sure it's just not going to happen in Seattle because they said they weren't going to do it. So, and, well, I see smoke over there in Portland. What's going on in Portland? Is that smoke? That looks like smoke in Portland. That looks like big clouds of smoke in Portland. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, fuckers. God damn it. Motherfuckers. Fucking cunts. Okay, so they just made it 10 times worse in Portland. Portland tomorrow, Portland this weekend is going to be insane. They just guaranteed it. Alright, so we got tear gas on the street in Portland. Apparently, there's a lot of smoke. I'm pretty sure that's not a fire. And that means the cops are moving. So we'll have to keep an eye on the cops moving here in the next few minutes in Portland. What the fuck is this shit? Alright. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't be cray-cray. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Wait. Hey, wait. Hold on. Hey, look, right here. Come here. No, come here. What are you doing? Come here. What are you doing? Who is that? Is that my Boo Bear? That my Boo Bear. My Boo Bear. Such a beautiful baby. He's such a beautiful baby. Alright, good enough. Back to Portland. Alright, let's see what's happening. Alright, so it looks like people are pretty much holding position in Portland in the park. The streets, it looked like the tear gas was on the street out in front of the park, I think. So that's good if they didn't drop the tear gas, if it's not affecting the people in the park, because there's a lot of fucking people in the park. And they don't need that shit in their lungs or on their skin or whatever else. I'm pretty sure they're not going to do that in Seattle. It looks like a lot of fucking gas. Pretty sure. Oh, it's just one? Is that what's going on? Just the one? Huh. Well, I'm not sure what's happening there. It looks like a smoke bomb. No, it looks like a couple of them. So I'm not sure what's happening there. But there is definitely tear gas on the street in Portland. Let's see, what do we got going on here? There's a lot of smoke on the street in Portland, man. But the people in the park don't seem to be moving. So that's a really good sign, I think, that maybe they're not experiencing it, or maybe that it's not tear gas. We just watch what's happening here for a minute. I'm glad we got the helicopter shots. We can see how much, there's a lot, that's a lot of gas. But like I said, they just made it 10 times worse for tomorrow in Portland. They're going to start early tomorrow. They're going to come out in giant numbers. If this is the police doing, if this is tear gas and it's the police doing it against peaceful people, it's going to be way worse tomorrow. They just made a huge mistake. Okay, so we got a shot of Portland in the park, and it looks like the people don't seem to be experiencing the tear gas. They seem to be blowing clouds, but not experiencing the tear gas, which is good. Although it looks like there's some kind of a smoke wafting through the crowd. In Portland? No way. That does sound pretty good, actually. That does sound pretty good. That is so messed up, man. I sure hope that they don't mess with those people in the park. Because those people in the park, it looks like there's a lot of them, and they don't deserve, to be put in a position where they have to get trampled or whatever, because the police are fucking nervous Nellies. The police are nervous Nellies. Okay, that's that corner. That's that corner right there where the police apparently have dropped tear gas. It's still pretty smoky, but I don't think that they're dropping new canisters. We'll keep an eye on it. Again, I don't think that's going to happen in Brisbane. They said it's not going to happen in Seattle. And it looks like it's just happening in this one little spot in Portland. So again, Seattle has said they're not going to do this. The Seattle police have said they are going to refrain from tear gassing protesters for at least the next 30 days. It looks like the majority of the protesters, an awful lot of the protesters, just staying in the park in there, even though it looks like it might be gas wafting through, but it doesn't look like whatever happened. There was like a lot of gas, that like endless amounts of tear gas canisters. It looked like maybe they set off 3 or 4 of them or something. It seemed like there was a lot of gas in the street for a minute, but I'm not sure how close it is to the park there in Portland. It looked like it was right across the street from the park, but maybe the gas didn't waft into the park the way they were hoping. I don't know. At any rate, it appears the protesters are staying in the park in protest in Portland. Good for you guys. Whose streets? In Brisbane, all those beautiful, peaceful people demanding justice. We'll check back in with Seattle here momentarily. Seattle's going to stay cool. The police said they'll stay cool. If the police stay cool, the protesters will stay cool. So, and that's all it takes really anywhere, is for the police to stay cool. This is the main problem. The police won't stay cool, so the people get injured, and then they have to make a big deal out of it. Because otherwise, the police will just keep injuring them. Like it's no big deal. A lot of different views of Portland right there. There seems to be quite a few people in the park. There may even be more now than a minute ago. So we'll want to keep our eyes on this for a minute. Oh, there's the cops. There's the stormtroopers. I've been wondering where the fucking stormtroopers were. There they are. I see them down there. The people are like, hey, come over here. Come over here. We got something for you. Come here. Alright, so if anybody wants to call, it looks like stuff is cool in Portland. Whatever happened there was a little bit of gas I saw on the street. Can't see that the cops moving in. It looks like the cops might be moving in. We'll have to keep an eye on this. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. We'll need to keep an eye on this momentarily to make sure what's going on with the police in Portland, because they look like they're getting a little agitated. And if that's what's happening, then we need to keep our eyes on the rabid fucking police, agitated police in Portland, at least momentarily. It looks like our Brisbane feed has frozen, so we'll go over here for the moment. And we'll keep an eye on Portland. And again, there's some more tear gas. They're shooting tear gas. Here we go. Okay, Portland's going to go unhinged. They're shooting the tear gas right into the park now. I mean, it looks like it's going to come into the park right here. Right. Although I don't see the people in the park moving just yet. Maybe not. Maybe that's a different spot. I would think those people would be moving by now if there was that kind of gas coming their way. Oh, here's some movement. What's happening? Here comes the tear gas. Those poor people. Got the helicopter shot in the upper right hand corner. Got the ground view here from the back of the park. Oh, they are about to fucking kick those protesters out of the park. Here we go. More tear gas fired. More tear gas fired. Fucking stupid idiots in Portland. Stupid police. What are you doing? These people are standing there with their hands up and you're dropping tear gas on them. How do you think that's going to help the situation? Doesn't that prove their point? That you're rabid dogs that are a threat to all of our communities? You think you can attack peaceful people? You think you can attack peaceful people and then lie about it like we're not paying attention? Oh, that guy tripped. No, he did not. You pushed him. What's up, boo-boo? Come here. Come here. How's my boogie bear? How's my boogie bear? You're my beautiful baby. You're my beautiful baby. Alright, and Seattle is staying calm, as we can see. There is no issue in Seattle. They haven't exactly flooded the park full of tear gas just yet. But something tells me they are about to. What are you doing over there? What are you doing over there? Hey, what up here? What are you doing? Hey, look up here. Look at me. Hey, Boo Bear. What are you doing down there? What are you doing down there? Alright, Seattle's cool. Seattle's cool. They're not going to fire tear gas in Seattle. They said they wouldn't fire tear gas in Seattle. They fired tear gas in Seattle. It's going to be a big deal. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking in Portland. But they're going to get a lot more people in the streets tomorrow if they keep this up. Brisbane is back live. Bear's working that plastic cup. Alright. Let's see, we have to stick around for a few more minutes. We gotta watch for more tear gas. You know, these cops, they just dropped a bunch of tear gas. You know, they're thinking we gotta drop more tear gas. They're not moving out of the park. You know, that's what they're thinking. Because they don't like it when you don't do what they want you to do. I'm pretty sure what they want is for those people to go home. So something tells me more tear gas is on the way. Keep an eye on this for the moment here. Oh man. I need a big old food and some water. I need some water. That was good. All right, let's see what we got going on here. What do we got going on here? Don't worry, be happy. Damn it. Alright, it's time to do another dab. We got a donation from E. Thanks, E. That's very nice of you. Time for another dabby. Dabs for Donation Friday. You give us a donation, and we do a dab in your honor. It is my honor to take a big old puff in your name. So thanks, E. And I will get to that momentarily. If you'd like me to do a dab in your honor, it's easy to give back to Mox News. Simply click one of the links in the chat box, or you can look in the description box of this video, or you can go to moxnews.com. It should only take a minute or two to give something back. So, I'm going to give something back to E for that lovely, lovely donation. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a beauty. Oh, it's a beauty. That's a good one, E. That I gotta bring up the big camera real quick. That's a good one. Here we go. There you go, E. Look at that. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Sparkle for me. Sparkle for me. Come on, baby. You can do it. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. It's a beauty. I don't deal with it. Try again. Hold on. Where's it at? Oh, there it is. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. There it is. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a beauty. Is that not a beautiful thing? Oh my God, E. You came just at the right time. I need that. I need that so bad. I better drink some water first. It looks amazing. Alright, so back to Portland. No gas. I don't see no gas in Portland, although the people seem to be moving around a little bit. It looks like there's a lot of movement on the street here in Portland. What's happening here? Boo boo, don't tip over my light. Uh-oh. There's some gas. There's some gas in Portland. What is happening with these cops, man? Why? Why are you doing this? You better not eat that cup, Blue Bear. See? People with their hands in the air, and the cops gotta fucking shoot chemical weapons at them. If they were dropping tear gas on protesters in Afghanistan, it would be considered a war crime because it would be using chemical weapons on protesters. That would be considered a war crime in Afghanistan. But it's just fine for your local police department to treat you that way. Well, not my local police department. They said they won't do that anymore. At least for 30 days. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta stretch. Oh, man. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we doing? Alright, one more time real quick. Here's this beautiful dab. Look at it. Look at it. Come on, sparkle for me, bitch. Sparkle. There it is. There it is. Look at that. Oh, it's a beauty. That one's for E. Thanks, E. That was so nice. Alright, that intersection is dead. That intersection is the same one. Alright. Is that the intersection where those people are? Is that the cops right there? I don't know. Press, nice. That's a cop car right there. All the cops have cars, have trucks that are very similar to that. Everywhere around the country. So you know. Just like they got trucks just like that. All the cops in there, those are their off-duty cars. They drive trucks like that. They have fucking lights. They have little pushers. Almost all of them have little pushers on the front. What happened? Let's see. Alright. I'm so hungry, you guys. We gotta watch this for another minute, but I'm so hungry. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Gotta smoke some more weed. Drink some water. I'll drink some water. That'll help. Okay, Seattle's still chill. Alright, that's Seattle right behind me. And clearly Seattle is still chill. No tear gas. No reason to fucking push back on police. It's just their little protest with their little signs. Peaceful protesters. They push people and all of a sudden they're riled up and they're in the street. They're standing in the middle of the street and they're like, you shall not pass. Is that cops? Are the cops like dropping gas for cover or what's going on over there? Okay, cops are dropping more gas in Portland. Whatever's happening there. Definitely seeing more gas in Portland. Oh, they're moving into the park. Is that what's happening? They're moving into the park? They're clearing everybody out of the park. That is just so fucking stupid. If you clear them out of the park, where are they going to go? Into the street. Blueberry, you're obsessed with that cup. You better not be eating it. Don't eat that cup. Okay, and we watched the other night in Portland when they dropped tear gas on peaceful protesters, and it wasn't just the peaceful protesters. They launched the gas from 100+ feet away, and we saw that gas land right in traffic, like where there was other people that were driving down separate streets that protesters weren't on, and then the cops pushed them, and the protesters wound up on those streets. The cops were dropping tear gas amongst all those people in the cars. You know, right in between the cars, if not on top of the cars. And, I mean, those were innocent people. They didn't do anything, right? They would just happen to be on the street driving by, and the cops are all of a sudden tear gassing them. You know? This is the problem. And somehow, I guess the Portland cops think that by pushing the people, the people are going to back off. But the people are not going to back off. The people, what you're going to do is guarantee that there's so many more people in the street tomorrow in Portland. Okay, tomorrow's Saturday. You know, Saturday on Endless Summer. So, but tomorrow's Saturday. So, you know, people are going to be like, fuck yeah, I'm going down to the protest. You know, they were tear gassing last night. Fuck yeah, I'm going down there. They can't do that to our fucking proud American righteous protesters. Fuck with our Constitution like that. How can you police have such little respect for people exercising their constitutional rights? Just such a giant mistake. Just such a guarantee that there's going to be so many more people on the street tomorrow. Alright, I'm go get a quick bite to eat. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You were making crazy with that cup. Give me that cup. Give me it. Give me it. Finish it? Not yet. Alright, so stuff is happening in Portland. The cops are on the move. They're pushing people. We got flashbangs. We got tear gas. We got Seattle down there below. We're keeping an eye on that. Nothing's going to happen in Seattle. I'm telling you. Look at all these people in Portland. Okay? All those people were pretty much in the park. They pushed them out of the park and now into the street. And they're shooting flashbangs and tear gas. And they're going to have just a giant fucking protest tomorrow now. I mean, it made it so much bigger. At Seattle, they're not going to do anything in Seattle. Seattle's just going to be chill. But it looked like there was just massive amounts in Portland still, people in Portland. And if they're going to walk through the streets, and these cops are already firing tear gas, it could get ugly in Portland tonight. Going to be bad in Portland tomorrow, but it could get there. Could happen tonight. The cops keep pushing. Those Portland protesters don't like to be pushed, man. What was that? Oh, he got the leaf blower? Nice. They used the leaf blower to blow the tear gas away. If you see them with leaf blowers. Why they got leaf blowers? They blow the tear gas away with it. Let's see. Where are we at here? What's going on in Brisbane? Looks like there's like some kind of a cop car. And a guy standing in front of it and a guy filming him. And people trying to get him out of the way of the cop car. Or are they just getting more and more people in front of the cop car? What is happening in Brisbane? Oh my god. Oh my god, what's happening in Brisbane? Shit. Are they attacking that police car? Uber, settle down, buddy. Getting all worked up, man. Oh, maybe that cop car was trying to keep him from marching down that street? Is he coming back at him? What's happening? What is happening in Brisbane? That is crazy looking, whatever's going on there. Somebody's on top of the cop car. Who's on? Is that a cop on top of the cop car? What happened? What's going on here? Somebody on top of the cop car in Brisbane. Careful. You people be careful out there. Oh, they took the guy on top of the cop car into custody. Some yellow vest. We got you now, buddy. Let's see. Alright, if anybody wants to call, the number's 805-669-6397, and Portland has had tear gas and flashbang grenades dropped at the very least. There's not some rubber bullets used, I cannot tell. And that's the only place I'm seeing hot right now. I don't know what happened to our feeds out of Chicago. I don't know what happened there, but it's late there now, so Seattle's completely peaceful. And you know what? Portland would be completely peaceful also if the police hadn't dropped tear gas on them. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the street in Portland. And they don't look like they're afraid of no tear gas. Let's see. I think they're outside the police station in Brisbane. I think they're protesting outside the police station. That's what it looks like. That guy they pulled off the police car, that's where they took him, inside that shop. So I think that's the cop shop right there. Outside Seattle, that's where these protesters are. They're the Seattle and the protesters in downtown Seattle are approximately 2 blocks from the Seattle Police Department. They're trying to keep them from getting too close to the police department, which, you know, whatever. But yeah, I think this might be a police department out here in the Brisbane police depot. That all those beautiful, brave people are protesting against and bravely filming, standing up front. Look at all those women right up front in front of all those fucking cops. I don't know if the cops there are rabid or like they are here, but, you know, once you get the protest going, the cops all kind of get that frame of mind where they got to get ready to fucking bust some skulls. Just like that poor 75-year-old guy in Buffalo yesterday. Alright. Let's see. What's happening in Portland? What is happening in Portland? People are sitting down in the street in Portland. Oh my God, those horrible protesters sitting down in the street. Why won't anyone think of the children? Alright, let's see. Alright. Alright, so let's keep it on this for a few more minutes. I'm not ready to bail out of this just yet. I think that there's stuff going on here. We need to keep our eye on it. Although it seems pretty calm, they have pushed the protesters into the street in Portland, and I think, which seems like a ridiculous thing to do, because that's where all the troubles happen. It's like they're trying to make it so that, you know, the troublemakers have more targets to choose from, right? They have them in the park, and they got the park all circulated, you know, all enclosed with chain link, and then they tear gas. And the people move into the street, and now they have 100 fucking targets. The people that are causing the problems, the agitators. So in Brisbane, that in the bottom left-hand corner there, that's Brisbane. And they are apparently outside a police station, which I love. Portland, I'm not sure where these guys went to. They're in the street somewhere here, but I'm not sure where. Let's see. These guys gonna move these protesters out of the way with their big old bicycles? Alright, clear the way. These bike cops, that's what they use them for, crowd control, you know. Let's see if they push these guys out of the way. Better not. Better not. You think this is bad? This is not bad. Those protesters are as calm as can be. pretty good, Craig. Alright. Okay, I'm just going to relax here for a minute. Put my feet up for just a minute here. Let's see. Keep an eye on this for a minute. Oh, that girl's hair is crazy. Or is that a hat? That's when you know you got the crazy hair, when you can't tell it from a hat. Still Brisbane in the bottom screen there. Still Seattle here on the bottom right. Seattle is calm. Seattle's going to stay calm because the police are working with the protesters. They're listening to their demands and they're responding to them as they should. The protesters said end the curfew. 2 hours later, the curfew was ended. The protesters should show your badge numbers. The next day, the police said we're going to show our badge numbers. The protesters said stop using tear gas. Today they said we're done using tear gas on the protesters. Okay, so the cops are listening. The people in Seattle are calm. Simple human rights demands. Again, if you use tear gas on protesters in Afghanistan, it would be a war crime. It would be considered a war crime. And there would be war crime investigations because you use tear gas on protesters in Afghanistan. If the Pentagon did that, here we have on the streets of America, Portland, Oregon in particular, police committing war crimes against peaceful protesters. And when I say peaceful, I don't see any fires. I don't see people with arms full of merchandise in Portland, right? Okay, these are not looters. These are not rioters. These are peaceful protesters having tear gas fired on them. Just as we saw in Seattle 3 nights ago, at which time the Seattle police fucked up real bad, because the next day there was 3 times as many people out there at minimum. They had to shut down the freeway to keep more protesters from piling into Seattle. Again, that's Seattle behind me down there in the bottom corner, the bottom right-hand corner. That is Seattle. Let's see. And again, it's completely peaceful. This is the same place where they have been all week. Completely peaceful. Just a couple blocks from the Seattle Police Department. I see more tear gas in Portland. I see lots and lots more tear gas in Portland. Here we go. Okay. Lots of cops on the move. Is that cops? Is that cops? Lots of people on the move in Portland. I see tear gas. Lots and lots of tear gas. I see people moving everywhere. And the sit-in around the police station in Brisbane looks amazing. You people in Brisbane are beautiful. A lot of people moving. And this is a problem. You tear gas thousands of peaceful protesters and then people get trampled. You make the situation dangerous. You cops are the real threat. In case any of you are missing that, the cops are the ones that are making the streets dangerous. These people, I just pointed out to you, these people in Portland, they are not carrying arms full of merchandise. They are not carrying sticks. They are not fucking breaking anything, I don't see any fires anywhere. And the police are launching tear gas on them. Guaranteeing tomorrow, Saturday, the weekend, is going to flood the streets with protesters in Portland. Guaranteeing. The police have to know this. Why on earth would they be doing it? Why don't they just do what they did in Seattle and say, we're not going to use tear gas? We're not going to do that anymore. You people deserve better. There's more tear gas. There's more tear gas being launched in Portland. And again, the people in Seattle are completely peaceful. Why? Why? Because the police have agreed not to use tear gas. Because the police shut down their stupid curfew. Because the police agreed to show their badge numbers. Okay? Those people are getting ready to go home. It's over. We're good. We're going to go home. Tomorrow in Portland is going to be insane. What happened? Oh. Would you close what crashed it or whatever? Are we live right now? What crashed? This computer didn't crash? Downstairs crashed? Okay. Oh, I thought we crashed on the live. All right. So let's see. I don't even know what background that is. Oh, that's the browser wall background. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so, let's see. That's not what we want to see. Let's go to here. All right. Craig is getting our live feed back up. He said it crashed for whatever reason. There's my Pikachu. I don't know where my baby boo went. So we'll have that back momentarily so we can see what's happening in Portland. Until then, let's see. We do this, like I said, every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time, but it looks like we're probably going to do this tomorrow because I think Portland's going to go crazy tomorrow, and when Portland goes crazy, it's pretty serious. So we'll probably be able to get a couple of really good feeds out of Portland, like some of the local news and other things. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. I will look closely. I don't know what time. I'm not sure what time. But we will look and see what it is we can make happen tomorrow, so that we can. Hold on. What's happening here? Oh. Okay. Yeah. So we can. Okay. So yeah, we can make sure what's happening tomorrow on all the places across the country and around the world. And Craig is working on getting that feedback live here. Looks like he got it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I'm gonna go back to the browser window right there. And, okay, I see what we got going on. Okay. And, okay, there we go. Okay, so what we got, again, is we got the live in Seattle down here in the bottom behind me. I'm not seeing smoke. Well, there's a little smoke there in Portland. And the cops are clearly moving. But Seattle is totally cool. Nothing's going to happen in Seattle. We'll keep an eye on Portland here for a minute. But we'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time, but if you make sure that you're subscribed to our page and that you hit the notification bell, set whatever notifications it is that you have to set, then you'll be able to never miss out on a live stream. Because if something does happen, if there is an event, we will go live immediately so that we can see and talk about what it is that's happening without the YouTube censors being involved. Because I think that that's a very important thing to be able to do, and that's why we try and do this every Monday, or we do it every Monday through Friday. We do this every Monday through Friday. We don't try and do it every Monday through Friday. We do it every Monday through Friday. Pretty good, right? At 7 p.m. Pacific time. So, and if you're new to Mox News, you should know that there are like 11,000 videos on this one Mox News YouTube page. So you can, and they're very much worth your time of checking out. So if you're looking for something to watch, I highly recommend that you take a minute and look through the Mox News YouTube page. You'll find stuff that will make you laugh. You'll find stuff that will make you cry. And you'll find stuff that reveals who the real and true enemy is to your personal freedom. Which is what we've done forever here on Mox News. And if we decide to shut down this live stream here because we've lost, you know, it seems like I don't know what I'm seeing here in Portland, but it looks a lot quieter than it did a minute ago. I am not seeing a lot of people. Is that the protesters up there? Looks like there's some protesters there. We'll keep an eye on Portland here for a minute. If I decide to shut down this live call-in show, oh look, there's a bunch of cops. You sure tell the cops when you see the cops, huh? Let's see. So if I decide to shut down the live show here, the call-in show, we will, Craig will go ahead and keep the live stream running over at the Mox News live feed show YouTube page. But until then, we'll keep this live here now for the moment. For another minute or two. Oh, there's some tear gas. There's some motherfucking tear gas on the motherfucking streets, motherfucking Portland. More violence by the police. More war crimes committed against the good people. The beautiful, brave, proud Americans going into the street, and the beautiful, proud, brave American tradition of demanding that our government, our representative government, hear our voices. And this is how the police show their respect. We say there's a problem with the police, and what do? They prove that there is a problem with the police in this country. It could not be more obvious. All you have to do is see beautiful, peaceful protesters. What are you doing? Where did you put me? Greg, where'd I go? Okay, it's over there on the left. I see it's over on the left. Okay. Alright, what's that sign say? What does it say? I can't see it. Damn it. It says, there's no good, there's no good cops, does it say? There's no good cops? No good cops. There's no good cops. And it is unfortunate that people have to feel that way in their own cities after being brutalized by police. There are no good cops, because if there were good cops, George Floyd would be alive. one of those piece of shit cops would have fucking kicked the other ones off of him if there was good cops. Instead, they protected. If there was good cops, yesterday, when we saw that 75-year-old man get pushed down on the streets and immediately begin profusely bleeding from the head, they would have stopped to help him if there was good cops. They would not have lied about what happened if there was good cops. If there was good cops would have said, yeah, you can't lie about what happened because, somebody's going to fucking challenge us on it. They don't even act like, oh yeah, there was video. I mean, it's like if there was good cops, they would act like they were motherfucking good cops. There are no good cops. I don't know where that is in Portland. You know where that is, Craig? You know where that is in Portland? With all the columns like that? Some kind of amphitheater, it looks like. All the stairs and the columns. Oh, courthouse. Oh, it looks pretty cool. Looks like a good place for a show. You guys should put on a show. Ah, so everybody's congregating in front. See, that's a good plan. You kick them out of the park and they go down to the courthouse. That's a really good plan. At least they know where their real enemy is, right? They know what the enemy is. They go and they march on it. I love it. That is a beautiful thing. Marching on the enemy. Is that a police line right there? Is that what that is? Those guys look pretty serious. I wonder how long they're going to wait and let them stay in front of the courthouse until they tear gas them again. Pack them in, pack them in, pack them in. Pack them in, baby. Get them all in there. Oh, yeah, just keep coming. Fill in that square. Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fill in that square. That is going to be a beautiful thing. I'm getting so hungry. Let's see. Alright, let's see if he turns back and goes back and gives a look at how many people are there. Should turn back around here and go see what's going on in there. Just a sec here would be my guess. You guys wonder where the cops are too. He's probably like, where's the motherfucking cops? Cops gotta be around here somewhere. Where's the motherfucking cops? Gotta be around here somewhere. Alright, yeah, let's see how many people are in the courtyard. It's not filling up that much. That's too bad. Alright, well, as I was saying, we do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So that means we'll be back here on Monday. But since the world is melting down and we need to make the best of what's still around, we will do a live show tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. I will keep my eyes on the meltdown process, and as it begins to heat up, we will be sure to jump in and say, look what's happening, because that's what we want to do. And then hopefully we'll be able to discuss it amongst ourselves, because what's really important at Mox News is the voice of the people, and that's what's always been number one importance at Mox News, and that's what I've always fought for. So, and this is the only way really to sidestep the censors at YouTube, because the censors at YouTube are out of control. See, it's too bad that didn't fill up. That whole square didn't fill up. That would have been a beautiful thing. But it's a beautiful thing anyways. And I'm very proud of all the protesters across the United States and around the world. So keep up the good work, people. And we'll be back tomorrow at some special time. Craig is going to go ahead and keep this live stream going over on the Mox Live show feed. So he's got that URL there in the chat if anybody wants to go check it out. And he had it going last night until I think 1 a.m. So, but we'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. Like I said, I keep an eye on what's going on. Gotta try and get the dogs out, and then if it's not raining too hard, and then we'll be back to catch you up with all that's going live around the world, and let you all get your 2 cents on what you think should be happening, and what it is that you yourself are seeing. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow. I'm not sure what time, but we'll be here. See you then.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.